Hello and good evening, YouTube world. I shall fart around for a little bit to see if and who may come in. If anyone can hear the heavy breathing, it's Cooper. As always, the moment I go online or I go live, he gets excited. But hopefully we won't have any humpgate issues like we did a few months ago. So tonight I am going to be discussing... Hi, Danny. Oh, thanks for always being here, chicken. I do keep coming into yours and I keep forgetting to leave your comments. Oh, I need to address that. But thank you. It's really appreciated that you're always here. I'm doing a little bit of a David Paulides thing this week, but I'm going to cover that that murder next week, probably Wednesday of next week, but I'll give you the heads up on it. But yeah, I hope you're having a lovely day. And yeah, and that you enjoy what we're going to talk about tonight. I don't know if you're familiar with David Paulides, Missing 411, and I think it was called the Hooper Project. In North America, he's working with a lot of First Nations tribes. So basically, he was looking at their folklore regarding Sasquatch. So yeah, so a little bit of a mixed bag tonight, but hopefully people will enjoy it. And I've also, which I'll wait until more people come in, I've had a little idea for Lady Witch. But hi, Firefly, how are you, my darling? Lovely to see you, and thanks for coming in. I'm hoping you'll enjoy this one tonight because it's based on your side of the pond. Then again, though, most of mine recently have been based in America, so... But just in case you're familiar with him, or you may not be, David Paulides, Missing 411. I'm all right, thank you, Firefly. I've had what I think has been COVID. I've not been very well this week, and I had a smashed-in jaw because one of the horses cracked me in the face a week on Friday. Gone. So I'm just coming out the other side now, but I've had to take a few days off work. Bit of fatigue. Yeah, it's very strange because I'm normally full of energy, but it's fine. There are people in the world with far worse than a bit of COVID. So in the grand scheme of things, I'm absolutely brilliant. I hope you're okay as well, and thank you very much for asking. So yeah, I'm gonna be discussing tonight Mr David Paulides. For anybody who isn't familiar with him, I'll save the rundown. I'll do my usual 15 minutes of chit chat, and then I will start talking about 8:15. I will start talking, sorry, that's 8:15 UK time. So we've got 10 more minutes. I will start talking about this. Yeah, he's an he's ex-law enforcement, Firefly, and he was working on a project to try and identify Bigfoot. Was working with a lot of First Nation tribes, and in the course of that work, which is what I'll go into during the course of tonight's live, he was approached regarding some anomalies and very strange circumstances surrounding missing people in the national parks in North America. And so he's been looking at these for, I think it's been for about the past 12 years. He's written numerous books. He's also got 2 films. Incidentally, if you want to know more, anybody who's listening, and Firefly, you might find this interesting. If you go into my description for tonight's live, I've put 2 links there. both of them, he's made 2 films. One is called Missing 411, and the second film is called Missing 411: The Hunted. They give you a really good idea on the work that he does. So yeah, and they're free to watch. So, and they're accessible via YouTube. So so yeah, that's just a little bit of info for anybody interested in David Paulides and what he does. Now, I've had a little thought about how to help Lady Witch out with her fundraising for the Pussycats. And I don't know. I don't know what people would think, because I'm not great at coming up with ideas for raising money and shizzle like that. But I wondered whether to sell alive, as in, you know, if somebody wants to make a donation to Lady Witch's Kitty Cat Fund. And for anybody who doesn't know, that is, she is rescuing mummy kittens, mummy cats, I should say, and the kittens, and she is trying to get some funds, and she's doing all this off her own back. You know, she's got no other forms of funding, and there are, I think she said she's got, is it 15 kittens or something at the moment? She needs to get them spayed and neutered so that this incessant problem isn't going to continue. So the pinned link at the top of this chat is for Lady Witch's PayPal, in case anybody wants to donate. Obviously, no obligation. We know times are hard, but the link's there. And I have had this little idea about potentially selling one of my lives. And by that, I'm thinking, you know, if somebody has a specific topic that they want to be covered on a live, just make a donation to Lady Witch and the live is yours. And you can either come up and host it yourself, or call the shots and I'll host it. I'm just thinking it might be a good idea, a bit of a free-for-all. Would even be quite funny, maybe, as well, depending if somebody like Sheila got hold of it and turned it into into a fest against a certain other creator. Yeah, I think that would be quite funny. But anyway, that's my idea. So I'll just wait a little bit longer. I'm also hoping to actually play something while you guys are here and it's not too busy at the moment. I wonder if Danny or Firefly, if you could do me a favor, please. Can you let me know in chat if, oh gosh, if this is clear, this sound? Don't ask me what it is yet, because I will tell you later on. But if I just play this, can you let me know if you can hear it okay, or if it's sounding distorted? It's coming up now. How was that sounding to people? Because obviously I'm trying to play it from a tablet through my phone, and I don't know if it's very clear, but that has actually got a part to play in tonight's live. So, yeah. Oh, was it? Oh, bugger. Hi, Frida. Hi, Kiss and Chat. I'm at my daughter's. We'll catch you later if you're still live. No problem, Frida. I'm just going to be talking about David Paulides tonight, and the Sasquatch stuff and the missing people in the national parks of America. So hopefully we should still be live. I'm not anticipating many people being in for this one, because it's, well, a lot of people don't know about David Paulides. I know we're always talking about him, but I'm expecting it to not be that busy. Although if people knew what the topics were, I think they would. But anyway, it's not a problem. Lady, hell was that I heard? Back off, bark, bark, quack. Oh, Lady Witch. Oh, speaking of which, Lady Witch. That was the Sierra sounds. It's what I was going to play later on, but I didn't know if it would come across clear or not. It's the that were filmed in, was it 1971, up in Sierras, and it was the family of Sasquatch that were surrounding the hunters in a camp. Every time they went up there, this group of Sasquatch would surround the entire camp, and they were having these what turned out to be conversations back and forth across the valley. You know, linguistic experts have listened and said it's definitely a form of language. But within that as well, there's that stuff that they call the samurai chatter, which is the weirdest sounding thing. And that, you know, a human being cannot make that kind of a noise. So, did you hear my suggestion, Lady Witch, or have you only just popped in? I'd had a little, I was trying to think how we could help you maybe for the little cats. So I wondered whether, all right, okay, what I'd just suggested was maybe selling one of my lives. If somebody has got a particular topic that they really, 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 really want to be covered, or they want to host it themselves and use my channel to do it on, so they can come up and be the lead for the night and I can just sit back and do nothing, or they can dictate what the topic for discussion is and how it runs or whatever. I just wondered whether, you know, for a donation to the Kitty Cat Fund, I can sell them alive. Hi, Kathy. Hello, my darling. How are you this evening? You're not late. You're absolutely fine. It's, as you know, I start off, but I spend 15 minutes just chit-chatting before I get going. But we've got some weird stuff tonight, which I hope you'll enjoy. How's the moving going? Have you actually moved yet, or are you still packing boxes? I meant to ask you whereabouts you're moving to, if that's not too well, it is nosy, but you know, it's just me, innit? Are you staying on the Wirral? And for people who are watching, the pinned tweet. Oh, God, that's because I've just got to tell you this. That would be fun. Couple the gossip with incognito tonight, you'll have a riot. Well, that's what I thought, Lady Witch. So I'm once I get, you know, later on, get more people in, I'm going to suggest it because I think we should flog her live. It'll be hilarious if Sheila got hold of it, though. Can you imagine that? It'd just be Basher Dorothy night. Oh, you're staying on the Wirral. Oh, well, that's nice because the Wirral is lovely. The Wirral is lovely. And yeah, for anybody just what, because I know we've got some watchers, the pinned comment at the top of the chat, it is a link for Lady Witch's Kitty Cat Fund because she's rescuing mummy cats and the babies, and she needs help basically with funds for feeding them, medication, and to eventually get spaying and neuterings paid for, so that this incessant issue of kittens being born isn't continuing. So the link's there, but yeah, I'm gonna try flogging off a couple of lives. So we'll see if we get any takers, Lady Witch. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. So hopefully it might appeal to somebody. Watch this, though. I'll get somebody who hates my guts, buys one of my lives, and I've got to honour it. That could be a bit of a problematic evening. But, you know, I'll have to honour it, whatever happens. So, well, without further ado, oh, sorry, what's Kathy just put there? No packing, going slow. Oh, Kathy, do you know what? When I was moving house, I was losing the will to live. I cannot tell you. I started off really enthusiastically, and then after an hour, I was like, oh shit, this. I'd go off, walk the dog, go around my mates for a brew. I just couldn't, I couldn't face doing it. Lady Witch, it'll be Uncle P. Do you know what? Uncle P can piss off. We're having no uncle. Actually, that would actually be quite funny, I think, if Uncle P took over one of my lives and did it her way. Oh my goodness. That would be carnage. Trying to be heartless and get rid of years of rubbish. Kathy, I did that. And when we went to IKEA yesterday, and we're walking around, and I was looking at a particular item, and he said, I got you one of those. I went, yeah, no. He said, bet you thought I'd forgotten, didn't you? And I went, no. And he went, where is it? I said, I think it's in the bin, because it got to the last week in my old house, and anything that I couldn't pack into a box was just getting swept aside and thrown away. But it broke my heart doing it. There was so much stuff I threw, Kathy, I can't even tell you. But, you know, I've obviously hoarded things for years for no reason. Well, no, there was reason. It was the fact that I was brought up by a working class Irish grandmother who threw nothing away. Nothing. So whatever you had, if you went to throw, she got, oh no, that might come in handy, that. Put it in the box, put it there, put it whatever, in this drawer, in this cupboard, put it in the loft. And I kind of have carried that through life. So I do exactly the same. And he was saying, well, why are you keeping that? I'll go, well, it might come in useful, but it won't, because have you used it in the last 4 years? No. Well, then you don't fucking need it. Throw it away. It is ridiculous, Kathy, but I don't know if you do the same as me. Do the whole, I might need that. And the funny thing is, I've thrown a load of shit away. And what happened the other day? I needed something. I thought I bloody threw that away. So I knew it'd come back to haunt me. But anyway. Anyway, without further ado, because I don't want people getting bored listening to me chatting cack, I am going to tell you about Mr Paulides. He isn't particularly well known over here in the UK and Europe. He should be better known in America. He isn't as well known as he ought to be, but you know, at least he has got a significant following. Kath, going in cupboards and finding stuff you forgot you even had. Yeah, mine was boxes under the bed. Damn boxes under the bed. And I've got a friend who is actually a hoarder. And her house is just, oh God, no, I'd die. I would die. I couldn't live like that. But I came close. I hoard candles. I can't conceivably use them all. That was something else, Lady Witch. I had boxes of candles. They all got thrown away as well. Because he said, yeah, because they're not going to sell candles on the File Coast, are they? Because I was after putting them in a box and bringing them all up here. And I'm like, yeah, but I've already bought them. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Throw them away. It's just this. It's the mentality. And like I said, I know it is my nana, you know. She was an Irish immigrant. She was one of 13 children. They didn't have a brass farthing between them. They were on the bones of their arse, you know. They were a poor Irish immigrant family. So nothing was wasted. You know, throwing food away was a sin. And you know, even if you never used something, you'd paid money for it, so it was staying there until it did get used, whether that was in 5 minutes or in 500 years, but it would get used because you'd paid for it. So yeah, throwing things away goes against my nature, but No. So Kathy, I feel your pain. I really do. But if I can do it, you can do it. I promise you. So, back to Mr. Paulides. So, as I said, he is, and I've been following him now for quite a few years. I first discovered Mr. Paulides on Twitter, and I'm trying to think how many years ago it was now. It's quite a few anyway. And he also used to occasionally appear on podcasts that I would, happen to come across and catch and listen into. And I found him absolutely fascinating. And at the time that I started listening to him, he was covering what is now globally known as Missing 411. And this was because there were 411 cases of missing individuals in the national parks when he started looking at them. At the moment now, it's up to something like 1,600 that he can confirm. So if I go backwards a little bit, David Paulides was part of a group that were looking at trying to find evidence to support the existence of Bigfoot. And I think during the course of his work, he was out at one particular national park in America. And as he was walking around and doing his research, I don't know if he was filming or recording or what have you, but he realised that he was being tailed really by a couple of park rangers. And he wasn't worried because, he wasn't doing anything illegal. He was just, but it was just a little bit, they're paying a little bit close attention to what I'm doing. I wonder why. And he thought nothing of it. And he finished off his work for the day and he went back to the place he was staying. Now, he went to his room, and during the course of the evening, he had 2 separate visits to his room, both of them by these 2 park rangers, although they came separately. The first of the people had knocked on his door. When David answered, he realised it was one of these park rangers that had been following him around through the day. And the guy had asked, could he speak to him? And he went, yeah, no problem. The park ranger happened to mention to him that, he'd worked at various national parks through the course of his career. And during the course of his career as a park ranger, he had noticed that there were some quite concerning, let's say, anomaly. Hi, Simples. Hi, darling. Some anomalies surrounding people going missing in the national parks. And this was consistent no matter which national park it was occurring in. So, he went from this particular park, somebody'd go missing, there'd be certain criteria that he'd pick up on and be aware of. And then he'd move jobs a few years later, go to another park, there might be a missing person. It was fitting in. The same things were happening, the same things were occurring. So he'd said to David Paulides, knowing that David was an ex-police officer. I think he had about 20 years under his belt, and said, this needs somebody to investigate this with kind of your background, your tenacity. Can you have a look at it for us? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then, as I said, later on that evening, the other guy came totally independent of the first chap. He came and knocked on his door, and he was basically saying the same thing. And it turned out these 2 guys had brought up this topic between them over the course of working together at this particular national park that he was at. So it piqued his interest, and he then got in touch with a couple of his, former colleagues in law enforcement and asked them, could they look into disappearances around the, can you just let us know if there are any, any particular disappearances around the national parks in America? Is there anything dodgy? Does it look like there's anything a bit untoward going on? And these former colleagues are like, yeah, no problem, Dave, leave it with us, we'll get back to you. And when they did get back to him, they were like, there's definitely something not quite right here. There's something isn't right at all. So yeah, we think it is worth you having a look at. So what he decided to then do was, and obviously I'm condensing this slightly because it's a huge topic. What he then decided to do was to approach the National Parks Service, I think it's called, and ask them to provide him with a list of people who had gone missing nationally, across all the parks in North America. He submitted this request, and actually, as a published author, because he was a published author at this point, published authors had an exemption from having to pay for information like this. So he used his exemption as a published author to try and get this information free of charge. So initially, they came back to him and said, we don't keep any lists. And he went, you what? And they said, we don't keep lists of missing people. I said, what do you mean you don't keep lists of missing people? I can go to the smallest police department in America and ask them for a list of missing people throughout their jurisdiction, and even the smallest and undermanned police departments will be able to come back to me with a list of every single missing person of every age group within, their jurisdiction. Why can you not do it? You're a massive organisation with, masses of funding. No, can't do it. He's like, okay. Well, I need to request that I have this list compiled then, and that I am provided with it under my exemption. So they then came back with him and said, well, you don't qualify for the exemption because your books aren't in enough public libraries. And he, at this point, is, on the verge of laughing, because there's no such stipulation that authors, in order to be exempt from charges for the provision of data from the national parks, there is no requirement that their books need to be in a set number of libraries. So he then drew attention of this to the National Park Service and said, yeah, Lady Witch, it gets even better though. It gets better. Listen to this. So he drew this to their attention and he said, hang on a minute. You don't, there's nothing that says this has to be, and my books have to be in a certain number of libraries. What the fuck? And they went, well, no, it's not national, but this is like a local requirement. So he's like, okay, for the sake of argument then. So I'm not going to be exempt. I would like you to give me a price to, number one, provide me with a list of all missing people who've vanished from Yosemite National Park. And then give me a price to provide the names and details of all missing people that have been reported. So all missing people across all the national parks in North America. And they went, leave it with us. And they went away. And when they came back to him for Yosemite, it was going to cost, I think it was $34,000. And to provide him with a list of all missing people across all the national parks, it was going to cost him in the region of 1.4 million. Talk about not wanting to provide information for whatever shady reason. But that's how that stood. So he was saying that what he did find weird was that the National Park Service do keep lists. They even have lists of movies that have used national parks, as locations for filming. What appears on which film and where and which scene. So this is information they have, but yet they don't deem it necessary to keep details of people who have gone missing. So at that point, David began to look into all of these different cases, and the fact that, how many people were going missing in the national parks. Now, as we covered the other night as well, he has also been working on Bigfoot and trying to identify DNA belonging to what we are calling Bigfoot, Sasquatch, what have you. As I mentioned, his the findings that, and I will go through this as well shortly for you, they have been poo-pooed throughout the scientific community, and wrongly so. And today, I didn't know this until today, there is I don't know if people in America have heard of Squatch Fest. I mean, obviously, I presume it's just going to be, people who are interested in Sasquatch, but there is a thing called Squatch Fest, which was going on, I think it was January of this year. So it had some big names from that community. You've got Dr. Jeff Meldrum. He's well known throughout the cryptid community, and I mean, he's an anthropologist. Cliff Barrickman, who is one of the people who used to be on Finding Bigfoot. He was a little fellow, I think he was a former teacher. So they had all these quite big and well-known and well-respected names within the community who were appearing at Squatch Fest. David Paulides was also headlining, and I think it was about a week prior to Squatch Fest going on, he started to receive threats. There was apparently a group from Washington State, don't know who they were, but they sound like right shady turds. But this group from Washington State started to make threats against Mr. Paulides, to the extent that it was even, you better make sure you've got people, you're coming with your own security, this, that, and the other. And it was deemed such a viable threat that David pulled out of Squatch Fest. Now, this is an ex-law enforcement officer. He is not, not the type of person who is going to be intimidated by idle threats. People get them all the time. Plus, as you know, he's an internet, let's say celebrity, shall we, to a certain extent. He spends a lot of time, he goes on to television programs, radio programs, podcasts, you name it, he's on there. So he is well known. So he's going to be used to the occasional crank. The fact that he had to pull out of Squatch Fest due to these threats makes me think it must have been pretty serious for him to do that. And the sad thing is that I think it was last year, I think, he lost his son. His son he was suffering from, I think he had a few mental illness issues, and tragically he took his own life. So David Paulides has been struggling with that, plus getting his research poo-pooed, which I know will pale into insignificance to him, when you're trying to balance it out against the loss of his son. I guess YouTube doesn't like those types of comments, wouldn't let me post my opinion. Oh, what was that, Lady Witch? What, on here? Was that not letting you post it in the chat? Should it? Because I was going to say, I don't think I've got any words that are zipped out on mine. So he's basically been put through the mill. And if I'll let you know about, if you just, I've just got to find my notes again. The stuff about the Bigfoot, because he was taking part in what was called the Hooper Project, HOOPA, I think is how it's spelled. And what this entailed was him spending time with various First Nation tribes, looking at their historical, well, legends really, folklore, what they've heard about, you know, the existence of Bigfoot and so on and so forth. And it was during the course of this that they then managed to obtain, which is what I was talking about the other day, they managed to obtain, Lady Witch, I mentioned Indigenous people and how many have gone missing. National Park Service probably doesn't want that actual number out there. Well, that would link in with this Hooper project, because David was saying, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of the tribe. I want to say the Hopi Indian, but I don't think it was Hopi. So yeah, we'll scrap that one from my mouth at the moment. But one of these, oh, thank you. Sorry, guys, just a minute. The dog had got up and I was trying not to interrupt myself by telling him to get off, and then Porky's made him move. Yeah, one of the discussions that he was having with the First Nations was about the abduction of the women and children that was ongoing, and virtually all of these tribes have got stories regarding abductions, and even as far as some of these, you know, like we discussed the other day, the different types of Bigfoot. So some of them which will be quite, hang on a second. Some of them which will, hang on a minute, sorry, this dog. Stop it, Cooper. Some of them which will be quite aggressive, or, sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought now because the dog's mithering around me feet. Just bear with me 1 second. Right, sorry, I'm back. I've just literally, the dog has just completely thrown me. Right, so when he was doing this Hooper project, and I think he had the assistance of a lot of the, because the reservation police, I think they are, so they were kind of being the gateway for him to talk to the elders, talk to the different tribal leaders and so on. And he said that that was absolutely invaluable as far as getting in the information that hasn't been put out there before. And then as a result of that, he started writing these books. Now, he found, bear with me for 1 second, because I'm going to find the name of the lady that we were talking about the other day. So on the back of this Hooper project, I think it's called Tribal Bigfoot, was the first book that he did. And again, he starts to go through some of the folklore. Now, let me just find this one. The lady that I was talking about to you all was a Dr. Ketchum. Now, this is when we're talking about the fact that he was poo-pooed regarding getting the information from the National Park Service regarding the missing people. And obviously somebody doesn't want him to have that information. Well, the same thing happened here with the DNA sampling. So I'm just going to read you this. Okay, so he was at the time, he was involved with North American Bigfoot search. Okay, they were instrumental in the genesis of a paper that was published in 2013. And that paper was claiming that Bigfoot was real. Now, the search and the fact that they were trying to, if you remember what I was saying, nobody wanted to touch this DNA sampling. The minute they told them that it was possibly Bigfoot DNA, everybody was walking away. Nobody wanted anything to do with it. They were saying it was basically going to be career suicide until they managed to pick Dr. Ketchum. And she conducted this study of the DNA, and the resulting paper that documented the analysis of 111 samples of hypothesized Bigfoot DNA. Now, on the 24th of November in 2012, a veterinary laboratory headed by Ketchum, which was called DNA Diagnostics, they issued a press release, and it was prior to peer review, claiming that the DNA sequencing study confirmed the existence of a hominin hybrid cross between modern humans and an unknown primate. Now, at that point, this was when David Paulides and people who had been following his work, especially on the back of the tribal Bigfoot work, were saying this fitted in with the indigenous people talking about women being kidnapped from different tribes, taken by male Bigfoot and never seen again. And they were always thinking that this was possibly as, I don't know, as breeding stock, really. I mean, how that would work, I don't know, and I don't even want to think about it. But this would maybe lend a little bit of credence to that. Now, following that, this study got absolutely slammed. It got absolutely slammed. So he was ridiculed. Dr. Ketchum was ridiculed. People were saying that, the paper was of poor quality. It was just absolutely shocking. And as I've said, anybody who has followed David, if you look at the standard of his work, you know that he does not, he doesn't deliver shoddy work at all. He checks it, he double checks it. He's meticulous. He's an ex-police officer, for Christ's sake. You know, he's covered investigations. He's been linked with, I think, was it the FBI? I think he worked closely with at one point. If not the FBI, it was another big organization like that. But he isn't a shoddy workman. He's very meticulous. He's very methodical. You can see this in all of his books. So he would not put his name to something that was of poor quality, as poor quality that they're making out it was. So, and what I'm going to do is try and play you again a little bit of this, because I tried to play it before, and this kind of overlaps from his Sasquatch investigations into the missing 411 investigations, because there are two films that he's made, both of which I have linked in the description for this video. You can watch them free of charge, and the links are both there. There's Missing 411 and Missing 411 The Hunted. Now, in The Hunted, towards the end, there are a group of gentlemen who had been going up into the Sierras from like the late 60s through the 1970s to a particular hunting area that they kept secret, and they started to have experiences while they were up there, which were very disturbing. They were surrounded by creatures that were, it started off where they were hurling missiles. I think the very first time it happened, they had to lock themselves inside their shelter for the evening, absolutely terrified because there were logs, there were rocks, there were all sorts being rained down on them. They could hear all these different voices. After that, whether it was a bit of an uneasy truce, every year when they went back to this particular hunting area, these creatures would appear. They wouldn't see them, but they would surround them and they would be chattering amongst themselves. So they've recorded them, and it's very well known, and they're called the Sierra sounds. And I'm just going to play some, and hopefully you can hear them, and it's not too distorted playing from my tablet. So just bear with me 1 minute. Here we go. Now, I don't know if you could hear that quite clearly. Yeah, you said that again, Lady Witch. Back off, and then a barking sound. Oh, hi, Green Eyes. Are you feeling better, sweetheart? So those sounds, they've had linguistic experts listen to them. They've had primatologists listen to them. They have said that, I mean, there are some clearer ones, which I'm going to play for you through, you know, as we go on with this live. But that was the first one I wanted to play. They have analysed them. They've analysed the pitches. They've analysed the speed. These were taped on an old, you know, a reel-to-reel tape recorder in the 1970s. I think it was 1971. So, you know, the ability to do the sound manipulation that we would have these days with modern technology wasn't there then, especially not available to, you know, the man in the street like the two guys, Ron Moorhead and Al Berry, were, who recorded these. So going off what we've got, they are too fast to, and the range, the vocal range is too vast for human vocal cords to be able to keep up with, apparently. A linguistics expert has listened and said it is definitely a form of language, because one of the recordings, there are about 5 different voices. They're all, which the hunters said at this point, they were all around their camp. They were shouting across to each other, these creatures, from different angles. There's one definite, which sounds very angry, and it sounded at one point like they're arguing. And then the chattering, so you can hear it's kind of like, goes like, and it sounds like somebody's rewinding a tape very quickly. They call that samurai chatter. So if you ever hear it described as samurai chatter, that's what they're talking about, this noise that was very first recorded in the Sierras. So it's absolutely fascinating. But in the making of the second film, 411 The Hunted, David went up there to the camp with these guys, and, you know, he was shown the area that it occurs in, what type of, you know, time of year, type of time of day, and so on and so forth, that it goes on for. So I just thought you would possibly find that interesting. I've got a couple more that, as I said, that I will play for you. But it's yeah, it gives you pause for thought. So I'm going to find, there is a second one, which is only let's have a look. I think it's about 2.5 minutes long. So hopefully I'm going to play this one for you now, and we'll see if this one comes through as clear for you. Now, this is supposed to be a male and a female Bigfoot interacting. Then this is supposed to be an aggressive display. This is what they've described as an attention display.
Sounds like
And this is a whistle sequence. Bigfoot is interacting with the men at the camp. Well, actually, Lady Witch, there is, because the attention one, I think there is, the hunters are actually interacting with it as well. So there are interspersed on those recordings, there are you will hear human voices, but when you break it down and you can get some of the clear recordings, where they've cleaned them up a little bit, you can actually distinguish the human voices. Even there is one where the humans are taking off, they're mimicking the Sasquatch sounds, or they're trying to mimic them, and that doesn't go well. They really aren't happy with being mimicked. Was that what you were talking about when you were mentioning not whistling in the Appalachians? Is it for that reason, or is it for another reason? Just thought I would ask. Yeah, I know, Firefly. I just hope it was clear enough for you all to hear that. Oh yeah, simple. Yeah, Charlie says, it is very similar. But again, what you've got to remember is that these recordings were taken during the night in the middle of the Sierras, up the backside of Beyond, by a load of hairy-arsed hunters with nothing but a 1970s tape deck. A bit like the old press play and record and try and record Top of the Pops on a Sunday night type. Cryptids and other things, lots of spookies in those mountains. Yeah, I think, wasn't it the Appalachians that The Descent was supposed to be based? That film where the women went caving and got stuck underground. I'm sure that was the Appalachians. Well, while just before I carry on with this, while we've got quite a few people in, I would like you all to listen up a second, because we were trying to get Lady Witch some help for the kittens. So what I offered to do before is to sell a live. If somebody would like to either host the live themselves on my channel or dictate what we cover on one of my lives, and I do the work for it, or you know, pick the topic for an incognito night, whatever, we will do that. So if anybody feels like running a live for the evening, or as many evenings as you like, it's entirely up to you. I don't mind selling more than one. I'm happy to do that. And for a wee donation to Lady Witch, let her know that it's for, you know, it's to run a live. She can let me know, and then it's all on. So that's just to let you know. That's what we'll do. If anybody's interested, I will sell you a live, and you can either, as I said, either. Oh no, flipping heck. I bet you heard none of that then, did you? So yeah, it's just anybody, if you're interested, let me know, let Lady Witch know, whatever. Her link is at the top of the chat. It's pinned, so her PayPal's there. Oh, I was saying Green Eyes, I'll sell a live. Anybody that wants to either dictate what we cover on a live, or if they want to come up and be a host for the evening, and I'll just sit back and let them do what they want. It could get messy, but I'm happy to do that if somebody wants to make a donation to Lady Witch and then have their own channel for the evening, or tell me what I have to cover for the evening. I'm happy to do that. So I just thought it's just a little idea. Actually, I'm really crap at trying to think up ways to fundraise, but I thought not everybody wants to have a channel, but some people might fancy hosting an evening. So there we go. Hosting an evening on my channel is up for grabs if you want to make a donation, anybody, to Lady Witch. Right. Now, does anybody remember the case of Dior Kuntz? I should say Dior Kuntz Jr., because this is one of the cases that was covered by David Paulides. And again, just in case anybody missed it before, if you go to the description in this this live, I have put 2 links to 2 videos on YouTube. They're both films of David Paulides. The first one is Missing 411. The second is Missing 411 The Hunted. They're both really interesting, really good. It gives you an idea of the type of investigations that he covers, and they are fascinating. Now, we've got, if you just bear with me again a second, because I need to get rid of those recordings, and I need to find the criteria for you for the Missing 411, just so you can see why it was that David Paulides got so involved. Okay. Right. Let's just crack on with this. Now, most of the people who go missing, and we'll come back to Dior Kuntz shortly, because he's a little boy. He was 2 years old and he went missing. And again, he's covered on that Missing 411, the first of the 2 movies. So the reason that these missing people stand out, you know, away from other missing people, is usually the very strange circumstances. There are a lot of commonalities. It's things like the way that people will go missing. So if you remember when we first talked about this a couple of months ago, it could be I am on a track and you are 10 feet behind me. We go round a bend in the track, and as you come round it, bear in mind I've only been 10 feet in front of you, I'm gone. There's no sign of me whatsoever. It's like I've just disappeared into thin air. When the search and rescue teams are called out, they will many times bring dogs with them. The dogs will either refuse to search and will look visibly distressed, or they will follow a scent and then it's as though the scent just vanishes because the dogs will look confused and will not be able to go any further. But more times than not, the dogs will just lie down and completely point blank refuse to track. There are incidences of clothes being missing. So if these people who have gone missing are ever found, and 99% of the time they're found dead, 1 or 2 have been found alive with no recollection of what happened to them. But when they are found, they will either, well, most of the time they'll be missing the shoes. They'll have bare feet, but they'll be found, say, 30 miles away over a boulder field, and they've got no idea how these people have got there. And the feet are not cut to ribbons, they aren't bruised, they aren't dirty. It's just like they've been dropped at that spot, but with no shoes on, or the clothing will be missing. Or on one occasion, a little boy was found, he was deceased, his clothing was all on inside out. Weird. Very, very weird. One of the other commonalities is that when somebody goes missing, within hours, so you know, generally speaking, the search and rescue teams are called out immediately because it's not treated like a missing person as such, you know, that somebody's just gone missing from the home or what have you. This has been somebody has literally vanished off the track, and because of where it is, you know, there is the risk of it being bears or mountain lions or what have you. So they will come out, and a lot of the time these are children as well, so the search and rescues will come out straight away. Generally there's a severe or an extreme weather condition will happen. So there are cases of it being absolutely bone dry. Somebody has gone missing. Within about 5 hours of search and rescue coming out, there will be torrential rain that doesn't stop for days, or there will be a blizzard, or, you know, things like that. This happens in virtually all of them. There are similarities in that a lot of these people who go missing are of Germanic origin. Bear with me 1 sec. Sorry, I was just saying goodbye to Pork Chop. Oh, did you get your coffees as well? Yeah, okay. Bye. So you've got things like that that are happening. People have got, you know, the are of Germanic origin, and then a lot of the time there will be some form of physical or mental impairment, shall we say. So it's very strange that these things all tend to occur around these particular disappearances. Now, David doesn't look at any where there is either a possibility of misuse of drink or drugs. He won't look at any cases which do show some signs that there was potentially animal involvement, so an animal attack of some sort, or you know, say a bird's been sniffing around the site, or there is signs of a struggle, you know, with animal signs. He won't go near those. Anywhere somebody has potentially had suicidal tendencies or thoughts recently, or suffered from depression, he won't go near those either. These are all cases that, you know, because he's wanted to make sure that it can't be anything else. So he's managed to whittle down the, you know, which cases are looked at and which cases he's focusing on. Now, as I said before, at the moment now, he's up to about 1,600 confirmed cases. And there are a lot of clusters, and the largest of the clusters is Yosemite National Park. I just thought as well, there's one of the other key points is that a lot of the times these disappearances occur within quite close proximity to boulder fields. So there might be scree, boulder fields, a lot of granite. And I know that we discussed this, if anyone remembers, when Joe Mardray was in chat a couple of weeks ago, and Joe and Lady Witch and myself were talking about the vibrations that are around granite fields. So anyway, I am going to read through a couple of little stories about these missing, you know, a couple of incidences of people going missing, and then you can see what you think. Now, while I'm just trying to get these stories up onto my tablet, one of the stories that this is how I first started interacting with Mr Paulides, and it was on Twitter, and I mentioned about Corrie McKeague, and I also, hi Mrs Mercury. Oh, you're reading to the gremlins. Oh, bless them. I hope you've had a lovely day with them all. Oh, I know, David Paulides is amazing, isn't he? Did you hear, like, Mrs Mercury, that he'd been threatened away from attending Squatch Fest in America? I only found that out this morning. Somebody really does want to shut him up, don't they? They really do. Right. No, I only heard this morning, but apparently he was getting threats from some group in Washington State. Okay. Now let me find my... Oh. Damn thing won't open. And I thought what I wouldn't mind doing, it's probably too close to finding out what's being covered. That's it, exactly, Mrs. Mercury. They don't want us to know something. Definitely don't want us to know something. Now, I'm trying to find, there's some, one guy I was looking at, he actually threw some figures out there, and he put the visitors figures for 2020 to the national parks. Now, this is just somebody who's done it now, and you can't tell me that. Oh, hiya, Julia, love. How are you? Good to see you, honey. You can't tell me that the National Park Service weren't able to provide these figures themselves. Do you know what I mean? That making these lists are too hard. But basically, visitors figures for 2020. So there were 237 million recreation visits. There were 1,054 million recreation visitor hours. There were 8,039,000 overnight stays, recreational and non-recreational. 3 parks had more than 10 million recreation visits. So it was Blue Ridge Parkway, Golden Gate National Recreation Area, and Great Smoky Mountains National Park. That's just to give you a little hint as to maybe hiding something else. Well, you see, this is it, isn't it? What could it be? Because I was watching a podcast that David did, and somebody asked him this, they're saying, what do you think it is? And he said, I've heard so many different theories. He said everything and anything, ranging from, he said, reptilians, I don't know what they are, and the guy it's on the Gaia channel, and he said, yeah, it's supposed to be aliens. And David said, I've heard about extraterrestrials and then ultra-terrestrials. And I didn't know what ultra-terrestrials were, but he said they're basically extraterrestrials, but they're already living here. Like the other night when we were talking about dogmen potentially being, otherworldly beings that are actually living here permanently. So he said that. You go through the whole interdimensional thing as well. People think it could be Bigfoot taken, but we just don't know. There are so many theories. Personally, I think because of the involvement with, and this is the other thing as well, the FBI are straight in there when people are going missing. And there's an Al fella went missing, who is the very first story that's covered on Missing 411, The Hunted. It's Boris Johnson. Hey, listen, Mrs. Mercury, the Ukrainians are loving Boris, though, aren't they? They're going to name a street after him. I heard that. It was one of my friends was talking about it. She was on the phone, and her and her partner were chit-chatting between them, and the partner's going, bloody hell, just heard this here. Boris Johnson, they're going to name, they're naming a street after him in Ukraine. And my mate, quick as a flash, went, I think fucked up shithead is a bit of a nasty name for a street, innit? Like, fucked up shithead. I probably would have said, like, fat scruffy get. Visit Great Smoky Mountains twice a year. Do you, Firefly? Now, do you follow the rules, though? Do you go hiking up there? Or trekking, or whatever you call it? Because when with watching all this stuff, and listening to David Paulides, and even he has been saying, some of these people who are going missing are seasoned hunters, or they're survivalists, they're outdoorsmen. You know, they're not all little children that are going missing. Some of these people are really experienced outdoorsmen, outdoors women. And he was giving some really good tips about, you know, he was saying, you know, you've got these little GPS things that you can put in your clothing. And he said, you just have one of them on you all the time. It doesn't matter if you're only walking between your camper van and the toilet block. You have it on you all the because this is how some of the people are going missing. And then he was saying, you know, having your whistle and also having your gun and having it. And I can't remember because we're not allowed handguns over here in the UK, but it was about, you know, they were saying that it's not just for protection. It's if you're injured, you can't shout or, you know, whatever, but you can fire a bullet out of your gun into the air. You know, at least it would let rescuers kind of triangulate where you possibly were, maybe find you. So, yeah, if you're going up there to the Smokies, please take a little GPS in your outfit, please. And then we won't all be worrying about you. Oh, dear me. So sorry about this. My whole tablet has frozen up again. It's absolutely crap. At some point when I've got some money, I will get myself a decent one that isn't slow. So I'm trying to get me missing 411 stories that I put. Any data showing hunters versus regular tourists or hikers? Nope. No, Lady Witch. The data's just other than the stuff that David Paulides is trying to compile himself. You know, and obviously he's covered on that missing 411 The Hunted. That is about hunters who are going missing. But there doesn't seem to be any hard and fast rule. I think he just wanted to highlight that because out of everybody who is likely to be prepared out of doors, it would be hunters. And yet they are going, you know, they're going missing. And as I said, the next case is, you know, that there are children that are just vanishing. Julia, I went to the San Bernardino Mountains with a gun in case of bears. We was camping. Oh, were you? Did you see any bears, Julia? I'd be really scared in case they tried to break in my tent. I don't think I would be able to go camping in a tent. I'd have to be in a trailer. I couldn't be in a tent. At least I'd feel like a little bit more secure. No, not without experienced hiker. Oh, well, that's good to know, Firefly. I was just thinking about a predator type scenario. A skilled outdoorsman would be a worthy adversary. Well, but here's the funny thing, Lady Witch. I haven't heard yet any of the hunters saying that they have witnessed these, you know, the anomalies that we mentioned, the predator-like shimmering figures that are kind of see-through but not, just like the predator type. The people who seem to be seeing those are just your regular Joes, you know, your hikers, your day trippers. But yeah, I agree with you there, because there's the case of the old man, isn't there? He was 82 years old, army veteran, blind in one eye, had mobility issues. They were the watchers on a deer drive, 4 old codgers, all together, spaced about 50 yards to 100 yards apart, all sitting on logs. And the 3 of the sons, the younger guys, went up the mountain and came down towards them, trying to drive potentially any deer, and nothing. And the funny thing was, they didn't see anything. They said there weren't any birds. They didn't hear, there wasn't even any squirrels, nothing. They get down to where the old codgers were. They all starts getting back. They realises that Tom's not there. I think, was it Tom? Tom or Bill? Oh gosh. I feel dreadful now. I can't remember his name. But he's not there. And there's no sign of him. They couldn't, there's no way that he could have got very far because of his age and illnesses and what have you. Plus, he was an experienced hunter. I used to teach outdoors craft and I think marksmanship and gun safety training to young people. And he used to use himself as an example, because he had this loss of his eye. I think it had been some gunpowder or something had exploded. So he used to use himself as an example and say, if you aren't careful, if you aren't concentrating, this is what can happen to you. So he knew exactly what he was doing. He had his gun with him. He had a walkie-talkie. They all had walkie-talkies. The 3 younger fellas who'd gone to do the drive, the 4 old blokes who were sitting doing the watching. They all had guns. They all had a walkie-talkie. They were all on the same channel. This old fella, he had his walkie-talkie, his gun, and a snack. When they went to try and find him and realised he wasn't there, the only thing they found was the wrapper off his snack, like a Mars bar or a Snickers or something. It was on the floor. Now, they also said his wife and his son had said he would never have dropped that on the floor. That would have gone in his pocket if he'd eaten his snack. So that wouldn't have been there. His gun wasn't on the floor. There was nothing. There was no signs of a struggle. There was absolutely nothing. And he was never found. I think they searched for him for 10 days. Never found. They had hundreds of volunteers out. Hundreds and hundreds of volunteers out. They had, I think it was from the Department of Corrections, those, the prison officers with their dogs, they were out looking for him. They had proper SAR teams out looking. They had the local fire department. They had the volunteer firefighters. They had the police. They had the sheriff's office. They had state troopers. They had everybody. And this was where it was really weird, because the FBI came out. And this is something else that David Paulides has noticed and been making notes of. The FBI turn up for these mysterious disappearances. It's not within their remit. They wouldn't normally do this. They'll turn up in the cases of children. They'll turn up in the cases of kidnappings, but not this. And the other thing as well that David pointed out was that these FBI agents turn up and are making notes. And he said, when they're making notes like this, their notes aren't for themselves. Their notes are being passed on to behavioural science units. Profilers. It's even been suggested that, could this be groups of serial killers who are operating out in the wilds? But I don't think so. I think it's something else. It's something else. And there is a case of a little boy. I've got to think now. I think it was 1952, and his name was someone correct me if I think it was it Keith Parker, I think. And again, he was only a little fella. I think he was two or 3 years old. He was in the barn with his 2 older brothers. They lived on a farm. There'd been a calf born, So all three boys are in the barn looking at the calf, and the mam shouted them for, at dinner time when they were ready for eating. And the two older brothers turned up, but the youngest one, this Keith, didn't. So the mum was like, "Where is he?" They said, "Oh, well, he went round the barn. He came around the barn rather than coming straight out the way they did." So they all went out to look for him. No sign. So the mother's in a panic. He's nowhere. So she gets on the phone and she said, back then it wasn't the same as today. It's everybody, mobile phones and everything. But she said they bloody well managed to get a search party organised. And she said they knew how to search properly. So they started looking for him. And about 3 miles away, they found his footprints going through a cow field. Now, bear in mind, this is a tiny little lad. He's like 2 or 3 years old. He's going away from the farm, so his footprints are found going through a cow field, and they carry on searching for him. And then if you think about, so imagine where you're sitting, look in front of yourself. That's the direction that the feet were. This is 3 miles away from where you are at the moment. So you're the farmhouse, and directly opposite you is 3 miles away, their feet. Then go along to your left, right? Go right along to your left. That's where he was found. When they found him, he was face down. I think he was in a snowdrift, actually. His little face was scratched to buggery. His clothes were torn. They think that he'd torn them going through barbed wire fencing and so on. They think in total he'd probably travelled about, I think it was about 16 miles or something like that, which is, I mean, this little lad, and they got, Les Stroud, Survivor Man, he retraced this little man's steps as to where he would have, the route that he would have taken from the farm, going across the land to where his footprints were found, and then to where he was eventually found. And Les Stroud said, and he's an accomplished outdoorsman, he went, I can't go any further in the dark, because by dark it was pitch black. And this was over the course of about, I think it was about 16 hours or 24 hours, something like that. This little fella had managed to cover this distance, and even Les Stroud, grown man, couldn't do it. And they found him, and his dad was out looking with the search party when they spotted his body lying. So the dad came flying across this field, picked him up, and the little fellow was still alive. And he's actually on this film. He doesn't remember anything, but he's still got the clothes that he was found with, and he's showing that, his little hat that he had. And he said, and his hat and his jacket, he'd taken them off. For some reason, he said they were found on the floor next to him, but he'd taken them off. Now, whether that was a case of, sometimes when you're suffering from hypothermia, you feel like you're actually hot when in fact you're freezing to death. It could have been that he took them off. I don't know. No idea. But yeah, the odds on that. And he's interviewed on this film, and he's just like, just don't remember anything about it. And he said, even now, people go, "Oh yeah, I was searching for you," and he'll thank them for it. But yeah, what is the explanation for that? Why would a toddler not only and not only that, don't forget, he's discovered missing minutes. It's minutes. His mum and everybody else are out looking for him within the hour. Well, his family are out looking for him before that, but there's a proper search party out, like in no time, looking for him. And the first trace they find is these footprints through a cow field 3 miles away. He could not have got that far that quickly. He would have still been in the vicinity. He was lucky, Julia, but Lady Witch, if I ever go missing, I want mountain folk looking for me. They can track anything. Well, yes, they can. either mountain folk or Native American folk. Yeah, with them little legs simples. I know. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. But like I said, the fact that he was found, there was another case. This was very weird. Again, I'm doing it off the. It's because I'm jumping around from thought to thought. I didn't intend to cover this, else I would have got the details. But a couple of years ago, there was another case of, it was a young fella. Same thing. He went missing. He was out hiking with a group, went missing. No trace of him. They searched for him. Everything. No trace of him. And he rocked up, I think it was weeks later, at the other side of the country with no recollection whatsoever of how he got there or where he'd been. So it's very, very, very strange. I mean, what do you guys think? What do you think it could be? Do you think aliens, like a lot of people do? Do you think it could be, well, do you think it could be some form of weird, like mountain men cult of weirdos living up there that are preying on the vulnerable? I mean, David said one of the other theories that he'd also heard, it's not his theory, but you know, other people have brought it up, saying that it is the gods, you know, the gods, whoever they may be, have taken these people for whatever reason. And because not all of these people are found. Don't forget, these, you know, there's a huge percentage of these missing people that are never ever found. Traces of them are never found. And the ones that are, for the most part, they are deceased when they're found. Very, very, very rarely are they found alive. Does happen, but not very often. Now, he was saying that these people who've put the theory forward about the gods being involved is that people are taken for whatever reason, and the ones that haven't been able to fulfill the requirements have been basically discarded and sent back, and they're the ones that are found. If it were people, they would have been found by now. I vote portals. Yeah, there's definitely something, Lady Witch, isn't there? Do you remember the forest, the national park ranger that I was talking about the other week, who was out on a day off? He was doing a hike. He was walking up a trail, and just happened, he had been looking from side to side. At this particular moment, he happened to look straight ahead of him and saw this shimmering, a bit like Stargate, but without the round, you know, the circular surrounding. But he saw what looked like the middle of the Stargate on the track right in front of him. If he hadn't happened to look up at that particular moment, he would have walked straight through it. He put his hand out, and his hand disappeared through this shimmering vertical sheet, shall we say. So he quickly withdrew his hand, he backed away, he turned around, and he walked back in the direction from whence he came. He said if he hadn't happened to look up, he would have walked through that. Is this what's happening to people? You know, are there some form of portal? I think Bigfoot come through portals like the film Predator. Yes, Julia. Yeah, I'm feeling that as well. Mrs. Mercury, alien time slips, Bigfoot portals, as Lady Witch said. Yes, yeah. And like those, I mean, what did you think about the Bigfoot noises? Because like Lady Witch, she heard definite words there. You can hear. It's not just the gibbering and jabbering of an animal, is it? there is some structure to that. Now, yeah, we can't understand it. But again, there are also it's oh gosh, which tribe was it? I'm feeling like I'm wanting to say Cherokee, and I'm probably going to be wrong. But one of the tribes that David Paulides was speaking to said that they do talk, you know, and they can be understood. Well, I've got some more, Mrs. Mercury. I'm going to play a bit more, actually. There's a report on YouTube where it looks like a diamond-shaped portal open behind her. Oh, is it? Oh, I'll have to have a look into that one. There's, let me just find some more of these sounds, and then Julie, I'm going to find those so I can get a good listen. I'm wondering if they were imitating human speech. What makes me laugh, though, Lady Witch, is the one, you know, the one I played with the male and the female. And if you just put a search in for Sierra sounds, there's loads of them. But the males and the female one, it sounds like the female one is nagging the shit out of her husband for some reason. You know, like he's coming, where's my tea? And she's, where's your tea? Where's your tea? I've been looking after these fucking kids all day. I've been cleaning the house. I've been trying to cook. I've been trying to do this, that, and the other. And you walk in here and you're expecting your bloody dinner to be on the table. Well, do one. Jog on. Fuck off. Go out with your mates again. I can't be doing with this. Take the kids. Take the cooking. I'm going out with the girls for a bit. See you later. And it's just the way it was going. That's what it reminded me of. And I thought, go on, girl, give it to him. But yeah, I shall find. Let's find another one for Mrs. Mercury, and everybody else. You can have a listen. I'm going to see if I can find the samurai chatter. I said I would take care of it. You don't have to keep reminding me month after month. Yeah, that's that's what Porky says to me. For God's sake, give us a minute. I told you last month I'd get it sorted. Right, let me see if I'm trying to find the proper high-pitched one. Oh, here we go. Right, let's see how this one goes. Oh, sorry, we've got a bit of an advert going on. Right. So we've got a little bit of an intro. So this is audio from Bigfoot, a living legend, 1975. Right, the back of the album jacket is written, these remarkable sounds, publicly run today for the first time, were recorded under darkness, October the 21st, 1972, from within a coarse deadwood shelter located in the High Sierra. Oh, right, I need to slow this down a bit because I couldn't read it all. Let's have a look. They occurred during what was otherwise a routine investigation of Bigfoot phenomena in the area, including the appearance of five-toed footprints ranging in length from 11 to 21 inches. Similar sounds have been heard and recorded in this area on numerous occasions over a period of 4 years, yet sightings of the creature source have been rare. Okay.
The sounds and vocalizations of a California Bigfoot,
right.
A gigantic man-like
Can you hear this okay?
Repute, whose kind have been sighted in tracks but never caught for decades throughout West Coast mountain ranges. Imagine yourself as I was, with 3 other men cramped within the confines of a small but ruggedly built shelter located in a remote region of the High Sierra. It's after dark, but outside the shelter, which is constructed of heavy logs and branches and resembles a beaver's lodge, moonlight filters through the trees, brightening thin patches of snow here and there. Downhill, near a small spring which feeds an alder-choked ravine, there's a stove where you cook your meals and gather for warmth against the autumn chill. Uphill, a dense stand of timber faces the shelter and remains dark and foreboding despite the moonlight. It was a sheep camp at one time, then it was a hunting camp used by a handful of men and their families. But it's yet a different kind of camp today because of something which happened before you came, something which has continued to happen off and on, and something which, for the first time in your presence, is happening now. We'd bedded down for the night. At least that's how we wanted it to appear. We'd rolled a big upright log into the space between 2 tree trunks, which serves as the shelter's door, and were lying quietly on our sleeping bags inside, pretending to sleep. Suddenly, there was a whistle-like call outside, coming from somewhere uphill. It was a big sound, and it was startling, for it seemed that no man could have made it, and there were no other men in the area anyway. I'd been warned that it might happen, but a chill surged through me as one of my friends whispered, "That's him. They're with us." Within moments, there were other sounds, huge sounds, coming from the same direction. There were sounds I'd never heard before, and my knees began to tremble involuntarily. It was a gibberish, a chattering, strange and eerie, almost like an oddly distorted human tongue. Yet it couldn't be, I thought. One of my companions began calling out, softly but in a firm voice, "Here, Biggie, come on in. Come on, big fella, let's be friends." Was he joking? I could hardly believe he was serious until I realized that he and the others had been trying to coax the creatures within view for months now, and they'd heard the weird vocalizations many times, and that the calling out had become routine. I got up unsteadily and squeezed my head and shoulders up through a small opening in the shelter's roof. I had to see what was making the noise and try to photograph it. Nearly a half hour passed, and the vocal exchange continued. Then 2 of my friends stepped outside, brought food from the camp stove area, and placed it uphill in a clearing where I could watch. I wondered what would happen, but nothing did until the men were inside the shelter again and out of view. Then there was an angry display. It came on suddenly and started my knees trembling again. Was the thing about to rush down and attack? Here's how it sounded. Listen now to a living legend as it was recorded during these moments.
That sounded more human to me than the previous noises. That's evil, that. So, there you go for the people who missed it earlier. It does, doesn't it, Mrs. Mercury? Words and phrases. It's that last part. It just sounded obviously not human, but more human. Something more that we could relate with. You know, words, phrases, song, whatever. But it definitely had some structure to it, didn't it? It wasn't just random gibberish, even though we can't understand it. A bear and a wolf and a monkey all mixed. It is Julia, isn't it? It's very it's a real mishmash. It's very strange, and I don't know what to make of it. I do believe it. You know, obviously we're going back to the 1970s here. This is okay, driving home but listening. Thank you. Oh, thanks so much for being here, Firefly. And I hope you get a chance to have a watch of those films of David Paulides if you're at all interested, because they're very, very interesting. But thank you so much for being in here, Chicken, and we'll see you again, hopefully, on the next one. You drive safely, keep your eyes on the road and the sticky side down. Brilliant. Take care now. So, yeah, I mean, it seems to be, I would say at the moment, the consensus of opinion so far in here seems to be that we all seem to be gravitating towards the portal. Maybe Mrs. Mercury, maybe they do. But people like, let's have a think. Some people will say that, like when they've been abducted by aliens, shall we say, and they say that they didn't speak to them, but they understood what they were saying, so it was a bit like telepathy. Well, what does that remind you of? What we were talking about the other night, isn't it? Dogmen do that. They don't speak, but they can convey a message, and like that chap that Sid was on about, the same story that I'd covered a few weeks ago, where the guy said he's standing there and just this voice came into his head, that if you run, you're going to die. And it said he didn't hear a voice. It was just, it put it into his brain. So, could that be an argument, for dogmen being not of this world? It's strange, isn't it? Or could Bigfoot just be a type of ancient human? Just because we found, they've still never found the missing link, found things that have come close, but never found the missing link. They've never found everything. I mean, look at, it's relatively recently that they found the oldest humanoid remains, fossilized remains. But how many other things have they not found? You know, there's nothing to say that, and it's funny, isn't it, that you've got the tales of, you know, Sasquatch living in these pods throughout North America in the very remote areas, and the other places that they are apparently living are just as remote. So you're talking the Ural Mountains, places like Indonesia, you know, with the what is it, the Eolan Pendek, is it? Same type, a human type creature. It just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not real. And as the point I made the other night was, you know, the giant panda was apparently a myth. You know, for all those years, it was a myth. You know, it was another fairy story like Sasquatch, and then all of a sudden, actually, no shit, it's not. We found him. So, I personally am going with the portal thing. I think that's quite plausible. Portal, I don't know what. I think it's also incredibly suspicious that the FBI rock up at these, you know, with these search parties. They don't actually, you know, they don't really actively involve themselves, but they are kind of the observing and taking extensive notes and then leave as quickly as they arrived. It's like with the dogmen stuff, the CIA turn up for those. They turn up with their little paramilitary outsourced group of men in black to deal with whichever significant threat is there at that particular time, and then away they go as well. But yet the FBI seem to be involved in this. What are they covering up? Julia, I wouldn't know. Lady Witch may be able to cast a bit of light on that one. That sound recording definitely has spoken English language in. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously, you can hear the guys' voices as well quite faintly because they're telling him to come, you know, come on, come forward, come on, Biggie, come and talk to us. But did anybody see, they were doing a study on, you know, do you remember with the Neanderthals, they reckoned that, well, they were reckoning that they would have just grunted or, you know, possibly spoken similar to Bigfoot now, and that the initial thoughts would have been that they weren't capable of speech. And since that kind of offhanded statement was put out there, they have since discovered that no, the vocal cords were fairly identical to modern humans, so they would have been capable of speech, and they probably would have used speech. The only thing is that they would have, because of the way that the voice box and the larynx and what have you was set up, that they would have had a slightly higher pitched voice, more of a nasal sounding higher pitched voice, but definitely able to speak. But being able to speak, does it mean that they did speak? Have they developed a language? You know, who can say? Who can say? But with the Bigfoot, they seem to have they're quite weird, aren't they? In the fact that they want to avoid human attention, so there'll be fleeting glimpses caught of them sneaking around the woods or running across a road or running up a mountain or what have you. But then on the other hand, they seem to also have a fascination because they'll be snooping around people's barns or looking in windows at night, or so it's a bit of a double-edged sword with them, isn't it? They don't want to be seen, but they're quite curious. And I thought, if that is maybe, say, a portal that they're coming through, is it because they're fascinated, that they're seeing, do we look as weird to them as they look to us? You know, are they talking to themselves going, the fuck are these little weird bald creatures? You know, we're looking on them as big hairy giants. We could be like little bald midgets to them. We don't know. And they've got their own language, they've got their own ways of communicating. You know, are they coming through the portals to have a little look? Yes, Julia. Yeah. And I suppose as well, you know, with Neanderthals, because obviously they came into their own during the Ice Age, didn't they? And they developed, you know, that shorter stature, the more barrel chest, the bigger nose. They were all, and you know, the hairs and hairy bodies. They were all things that would help them to, well, basically to sustain life in an incredibly cold environment. You know, the larger nose for warming the incredibly cold air. You know, being shorter and squatter helped them to retain body heat more than somebody who would be tall and thin. But you know, they developed to help them cope with living in a particularly harsh environment. And obviously, when the last ice age kind of ended, and they then were no longer the main human type being throughout Europe and wherever else that they may have been, but mainly Europe. Um, you know, and then modern humans were able to outhunt them, outthink them, outfight them, probably. As you said, with the FBI being involved, it leads you to speculate about hidden conspiracies. Yeah, and I'm thinking, Mrs. Mercury, what David Paulides had mentioned about ultra terrestrials. You know, they're already here under the earth, and that was his thought. Who? Oh gosh, I know it was Green Eyes, and was it Sid Pauls when we were talking about the aliens under the earth, the ultra terrestrials. I just don't believe them anymore. The reason, I mean, I've never really believed governments anyway. Yeah, that's right, Mrs. Mercury. And this is what David Paulides had mentioned. People are saying they're calling them I'd never heard that phrase before, ultra terrestrials, the ones that are already here who are living under the earth. But I don't trust. They always say don't trust a government. Yeah, and no, I don't trust any governments. I think they're all liars. But especially now, because when they released last year, the Pentagon finally released and admitted that they've had regular contact with UFOs and extraterrestrial life forms, and they've released footage of it after telling people for decades that they were crazy, it wasn't happening, there was no such thing. So if they've lied about that, I think they've lied about ultra terrestrials. I think they've lied about whatever was it the Canadian government said there was a lot of species of aliens on the planet. I'm not sure, Julia. I don't know if it was Canadian or American who've said that. Because they supposedly have got the greys, don't they? They've got the greys, and then they've got oh, there's different types, aren't there? I mean, I'm not a massive knowledge bank on alien stuff. I just, I pick bits and pieces up, but I can't understand what these vanishing people, what benefit they would be to aliens if it's aliens, or are they purely to study? Are they taking them as maybe a breeding bank? Although possibly not, because a lot of the people that do go missing are elderly, so they're of no use there. Watching photos, I think there's at least 6 types. Well, I know about I've heard of the reptilians, obviously, and then the grey aliens. And I think they're the only 2 that I can actually think of at the moment. I mean, if you know what the names are, if anybody knows the names of the different types of aliens, if you want to stick it in the chat. Oh, Green Eyes is going to be gutted here. I bet she's lost her signal again because she loves talking about aliens. But Simples likes aliens, doesn't she, as well? While we're just chitty-chatting about that, I'm just going to try and restart this tablet because I want to find you my story. The missing story. Right. Oh, it's so slow, this damn thing. I feel like throwing it out of the window. David Icke was banned off YouTube for his reptilian theories, amongst other things. Do you know what? What do you think of David Icke? And I'm not going to judge anybody for their opinion. I'm genuinely interested in what people think of David Icke. Right. I've just found, I didn't mean to pick this one up, but you find him intriguing. You see, again, I mean, I never watched it at the time, obviously, but I did see it, probably about 3 or 4 years ago, when he very first, when people thought he was going a bit batshit crazy, and he appeared on a chat show. Was it Terry Wogan or somebody, or Michael Parkinson or somebody like that? And he appeared on a chat show with reckoning that he was, I think, did he think at the time he was like the son of God or something? And he was a laughing stock, wasn't he? So nobody took him seriously, and because he'd gone from being a professional footballer to some guy that wore turquoise because it was supposed to channel energy, and oh, is it Wogan? Right. So his credibility got a bashing, didn't it? And yet he has become more popular and more mainstream. So more and more people are listening to him rather than poo-pooing him. And then I start thinking, what was he just put forward like on Terry Wogan's show? Was he being manipulated into portraying himself as a twat, basically? You know, which saved the powers that be a job. They wanted him shutting up, and what better way to stop people taking you seriously than if you just come across as you've completely lost the damn plot. And I often wondered if he'd been manipulated into saying what he did and coming across as he did without realizing why he was being manipulated into doing so. He was on to Jimmy Savile. That was another reason for him to be shut up, wasn't it? But anybody who goes against the mainstream media or the the consensus of opinion or the court of popular opinion, they're instantly shot down. Anybody who's nonconformist these days is shot down. I'll say again, they're not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not making this a political statement, so please nobody take it politically, but you will have certain let's see, certain American politicians, shall we say, who aren't popular, so they are debunked. We have certain British figures over here who are talking against the status quo. They're not happy with the state of things as they are. They are going against what popular opinion says they should think. So they are shut down and debunked, and the credibility is put into question. And that they're called things that they actually aren't. Wogan's show, what he was saying was that we all have God in us, which I've heard being said in many a church, just like John Lydon, nobody believed in me. Yeah, well, that's why he was banned from the BBC, wasn't he? Lydon, for years and years. I like him. I do like him. Not the first, won't be the last, unfortunately. But I know that they're doing, I mean, this is, I'm just going to show you something here because, or rather, I'm going to read it to you. It's something that somebody has written about David Paulides. And like I said, I'm not the only one who watches him on here, so Mrs. Mercury can back me up on this. He and anybody else who has listened to or watched any of his interested in what Ike says about frequency and light. It is Simples. It's incredibly interesting, and he's a very intelligent guy. But yeah, I just mentioned this before I lose my train of thought again with David Paulides, because given his background, he is incredibly detailed and meticulous. He doesn't just throw shit out there without any background. He doesn't do a Dorothy and and doesn't do any research on whichever topic he's going to shoot off about. He researches it. He looks into it, and then he double checks it, and then he gets somebody else to have a look at it, and then he'll put it out if he's happy with it. He's meticulous. That's his background. That's what he does, and he does it incredibly well. And then we've got somebody's written an article about him, and it just shows, and I'm like, this is not David Paulides. You know, just making it sound like he's a shady get. And I'm just going to read you what they've said here. People are going missing from America's national parks under mysterious circumstances, and the National Park Service is obstructing attempts to investigate these events. At least that's the claim made by author David Paulides in his Missing 411 series of books. Paulides has classified over 1,440 missing persons cases under the Missing 411 label. At its core, Missing 411 is the vague claim that something unusual is occurring relating to deaths and disappearances in national parks. The concept has been steeped in the conspiracy and the supernatural, as Paulides frequently appears on paranormal-oriented radio shows and podcasts to discuss it. A forthcoming documentary appears to be in the works as well. I've been unable to ascertain the meaning of 411. I can only speculate that it's a slang synonym for information. Well, that's shit, because if you'd have done your research properly, you silly bitch, you'd have realised what 411 stood for, but whatever. And then here we go. Interestingly, Paulides has consistently avoided providing any explanation for the cause of these supposedly mysterious disappearances. He's joined the ranks of those who are just asking questions. No. He's not avoiding anything. He's not avoiding providing an explanation. It isn't his job to provide an explanation. What he's doing is drawing people's attention to the fact that this is going on, and the powers that be should be providing an explanation. The FBI rock up at all of these missing people cases and do nothing other than write notes and then feck off back from whence they came. The national parks are claiming that they don't hold lists, they don't make lists, and they keep no database of missing people. Really? Really? When pressed for a causal explanation, Paulides has remained evasive. No, he hasn't remained evasive. He's not able to give you an answer to something he doesn't know. He's wanting to know what the causes are, like everybody else. He sees his role as an investigator, pointing to a problem, not a cause. Yeah, and I agree with that. Alien abduction, ghost involvement, fairy kidnappers, and transdimensional chupacabra can all be swapped in and out as possible explanations for this apparent mystery. This is a sarcastic cow. The topic seems to be constructed with intentional ambiguity, promoting any non-scientific idea to fill in as a possible explanation. And this is what he faces day in and day out. And it's totally unfair. Everything you've just read is total opposite of what David Paulides says and is. This woman is just spewing words on something she knows nothing about. Absolutely, Mrs. Mercury. Absolutely. I was reading this thinking, what? You silly cow. Absolute silly cow. And then goes on to describe she finds the cases mundane. Okay. But then she does go on to cover some of the criteria. So what I was talking about before, the patterns. So you've got things. So she is covering this. Canine rescue dogs not being able to pick up a scent. Victims being found deceased with the clothing removed, typically pants and shoes or boots. But then she goes on about the paradoxical undressing, which we mentioned before, you know, with the little boy who was found, Keith Parker, that might have been a case of that paradoxical undressing where you're suffering from hypothermia, but because your nerve endings are getting very, very hot, the burning because of the extreme cold, so you think that you're hot when you're not. It would be, yeah, it would be mundane if it was her relatives. Yeah, it's just somebody else who's wanting to be it's like full on disinformation, isn't it? You know, the moment somebody comes close to shedding any light, shall we say, on what is going on, they're instantly shot down, and they're shot down so vehemently. It's like it's come from nowhere. You think, what have they done to deserve that kind of an arse reaming? It's very it seems uncalled. It's not in proportion, is it? The response isn't in proportion to what is being discussed, unless what's being discussed is hitting a bit of a nerve that really shouldn't be, or you don't want to be uncovered at this stage. I think seems to be on a I'm on a I'm on a loop, am I? Sorry. Or have I got that wrong? I'm just going off on it. I get really, really pissed off with this. I just find it's so unfair. I mean, how many books has he written now? I think it's about 10 books or something, isn't there? And I'm just gutted because we couldn't get them over here, although it appears now that I know I wasn't sure, Mrs. Mercury. That's why I thought maybe I've misunderstood that one. Do you mean am I going back over the same things? Do you mean, Julia? Because it's one of those things where you there are just so many little the speaking has gone back about 30 minutes ago. Oh, I don't. Oh, I don't know what's happened there. Oh, weird and wonderful. Maybe the aliens are listening. Now, oh, I know, I was a bit like, what the heck? I thought I'd gone into a time loop. She sorted it now, whatever it was. I was thinking there was some alien involvement then on my chat, Julia. Bloody portals. I know. I nipped in through a quick portal, jumped back 30 minutes. And I'm still going to check next supposed to be doing odd stuff. Oh, don't be saying that. Right. Where the heck is my... I'm still trying to find this flipping case. I got a case to one side so that I could talk about it to you. Just give you a few little heads up because, like I said, I know not everybody is familiar. Right. Now this will give you a bit of an idea. So, since 1752, thousands of visitors to the national parks and forests in the western United States and Canada have disappeared. It is Mrs. Mercury. I'm haunted. Yeah, a very precise time of. Oh, I feel like singing now. Simples. Should do a bit of Rocky Horror. I remember doing the time warp. God, I must stop allowing myself to go off at all different angles. Okay. So with these thousands of visitors disappearing, sometimes they return and sometimes they don't. And what makes these disappearances strange is the fact that once they happen, mum's the word. Beyond the standard 7 to 10 day investigation window and period of grief for those affected by the disappearances, nobody talks about it. Strange weather patterns erupt after someone goes missing as if the earth is covering up the trail. Canines can't even pick up a scent with their highly trained noses. Park rangers and service staff are reluctant to speak up. Is it part of their code of conduct, or are they too afraid to say what they're really thinking? Those who vanish without a trace tend to be highly intellectual types, while others have been children. Take, for example, Alois Krost, a 62-year-old German physics professor, a highly skilled mountaineer who vanished in Lake Arrowhead. Then there's Jared Leto, a tiny 3-year-old who went missing from a trail in northern Colorado. His shoes later turned up, laces tied and all, but Jared didn't know how to tie his shoes when he went missing. Based on some theories, those who want those people may be tapping their brains for information. Yeah, go on, Julia, do it yourself. Let's do the time warp again. It's just a jump to the left, and a step to the right. Put your hands on your hips and bring your knees in tight with a pelvic thrust that really drives you insane. Let's do the time warp again. Oh, God. I'm not even going to play that back. That is going to sound frigging dreadful. But I'm glad to see you're still awake, Kathy, and we haven't nodded you off. Oh, my goodness. I lost 3 viewers then with that singing. Sorry, guys. I won't do it again. So let's have a look at some of the theories. What is happening in the woods? Are there strange beings lurking in caves waiting to snatch explorers? Now, here we go. Alternate portals of reality in plain sight, just waiting for people to walk through them. Now, as we've just mentioned, David Paulides, he is determined to find answers for these unsolved disappearances. When he was asked, he was on Beyond Belief, the television program, and the presenter there, George Noory, he was asking David, he was trying to pushing for possible answers to the vanishings that keep, by keeping an open mind about who or what could be taking people out of mainstream society. He throws out ideas like US soldiers conducting secret studies, reptilians, ultra-terrestrials, like we said before, alien connections, European folklore and myths like fairies and little people, gods who are fulfilling their destiny, and even Bigfoot. So lots of speculation, but no answers. And the more that David Paulides is digging into the data, the stranger it gets. So those abducted appear to be either first or last in line when traipsing through the parks and the forests. The vanishings are unusual because they don't fit the norm. There's no scent trail, there are no footprints, there's no evidence of animal attacks. Those few who are found alive appear to have some type of disability, like exhibiting signs of dementia or muteness, making it harder for them to share their story of disappearing, yet also giving them a better chance of making it through and back to civilization. Professional trackers are hired to survey the land where people have gone missing. These include Navajo Indians who are native to the land and know it well, military trained personnel, canines, and other experts who are trained to find what others might miss. There may be more than one answer to these mysterious vanishings, but at the moment, we don't have any. Oh, you pushed the red line back on the script. Oh, there was me thinking it was, and it's your fault that I have just bursted everybody's eardrums singing crap. Julia, people are going to hate you tonight. Oh, dear me. Never a dull moment, eh? Never a dull moment. Right. Now, here are some of the... Yeah, any could, because we just don't know Mrs. Mercury, do we? But I'm going to go through some of these cases, okay? Stephen Kabaki. Now, in February 1977, Stephen Kabaki was 24 years old and he was cross-country skiing through the snow near Lake Michigan. Once he reached the edge of the lake, he took his skis off to sit down and rest. Now, when he got up to leave, his own tracks were gone and he became lost. The last thing he remembers was walking through the snow, feeling numb and exhausted. He blacked out, and then in the blink of an eye, it was spring. He's lying in a grassy field in the middle of a forest, wearing clothes that weren't his. Sitting next to him was a stranger's backpack containing running shoes and glasses that didn't belong to him either. He hiked to the nearest town and asked a local resident where he was. They told him he was in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, 700 miles away from where he'd been skiing. His aunt and father lived in Pittsfield, so he knocked on his aunt's door. The family were in shock, hugging him, and asked where he'd been. He'd actually been missing for 14 months. Now, when he'd first gone missing, the search team found his poles and his skis at the edge of the lake. There was only one set of his footprints leading towards the water, but there weren't any walking away. They assumed he'd drowned in the freezing lake, and he'd been missing for so long that everyone presumed he was dead. The official explanation is that he had amnesia and he was wandering in this particular, basically a zoned out state. But even doctors are baffled by his case. It's incredibly rare for someone to lose the memory of such a large chunk of time. And it still leaves a lot of unanswered questions. His story was included in a psychology case study in a book about amnesia, but even experts have been unable to figure out what actually happened to him. Now, prior to him going missing, he had earned himself a degree in linguistics, but he was so fascinated by his own case that he went on to earn a PhD in psychology. He wanted answers about his own disappearance, and yet he still couldn't find them. Now, solving the mystery of his missing year, as well, it became an obsession, and he went on to publish a book called Meta-Mathematical Foundations of Existence. And in it, he writes about the possibility of an alternative universe. So that was the first one. It is the hell of a lot of time, isn't it, Mrs. Mercury? Now we've got Maurice Dametz, which was in 1981. Now, Maurice was 84 years old, and he had gone looking for topaz with his friend David McSweeney. Dametz had a PhD in theology, and in the 1970s had said in several publications that he believed the Antichrist was coming. He wrote that the devil would appear as a political, religious, commercial autocrat of the world. That's just a little aside there, but anyway, they drove to Pike National Forest in Colorado, and when they were in the park, they had to drive 16 miles down a dirt road until they reached a spot that was called Topaz Point. Now, Native Americans claimed it was haunted by evil spirits. Early settlers called this place the Devil's Head, which was a very interesting coincidence considering his theological background and what he'd been saying about the Antichrist, but there we go. Now, Maurice he struggled to walk because he had bad knees. He needed David to help him down a small hill to get to a sandy digging spot in the forest. When it was time to leave, David walked to Maurice's spot to say that they should go in about 10 minutes. He went back to his own digging site 150 yards away to clean up his tools, but when he returned to get Maurice, the old man had gone. Now, with his bad knees, it would have been impossible for Maurice to climb up the hill on his own, and he couldn't have gone far into the forest, yet he just was gone. So David honked the car horn, called for him, searched for a long time, eventually flagged down a nearby car and asked them to find the police while he continued searching. The local authorities searched for 5 days, and yet they never found any evidence of where he'd gone. The police closed the case, claiming that they did all they could do. Dametz's wife sent a letter to the governor of Colorado asking him to reopen the case and never received a reply. After David Paulides created his mini documentary about the case for his missing 411 and pointed out that there have been a cluster of similar disappearances in Devil's Head. After premiering the mini documentary, the police actually reopened the Maurice Dametz case over 30 years after he originally disappeared. So good on you, David, because at least he got something to he got them to do something. So let's just hope that they find him, or at least some trace of him, for his family. Right, here's a more recent one. Danny Philippides. So February 2018. Danny Philippides, he was Canadian, was on a ski trip with his friends in New York. It was around 2 p.m. They'd been skiing for hours. They were getting ready to go into the lodge, and Danny said that he wanted to go one more run down the mountain before they had the lunch break. Colorado is a strange place, Mrs. Mercury. Everything that appears to go wrong goes wrong in Colorado, doesn't it? Okay. By 4 o'clock, Danny was failing to return any calls or texts, and the friends were a bit concerned, so they started looking for him. Were unable to find him. They told the employees at the lodge that he was missing, and a team of about 130 people scoured the mountain for him, but didn't find him. 6 days later, Danny's wife received a phone call. She didn't recognise the number and it sounded far away and staticky, but it was Danny's voice. He was incoherent and he was confused, and then he hung up the phone. She called the number back and pleaded with him to call 911 for help, so he did. He had no idea where he was and he just described his surroundings. When the paramedics finally found him, he was still wearing all of his ski gear and in need of medical assistance. He was holding a brand new iPhone and someone had cut his hair. He was in Sacramento, California, at the airport terminal car rental depot, 3,000 miles away from where he disappeared. He couldn't remember how he got there. He had no idea what day it was. When he learned where he was and how long people had been looking for him, he got very overwhelmed and emotional. The leading theory is that he was kidnapped in the back of a big rigged truck, but no proof of this has ever surfaced. So that's the guy I was talking about before. Just no idea how he got there. Like the other fella, but not a 14-month missing. Now, here's who we were talking about before. Do you remember when I said to you, does anybody remember Dior Kuntz? So, July 2015. Dior Kuntz and his girlfriend Jessica Mitchell were on a camping trip with their 2-year-old son, Dior Kuntz Jr. They brought along Jessica's grandfather and a family friend named Isaac Reinwald. The campsite was extremely remote and it was on the edge of the Rocky Mountain National Park. There was only one dirt road leading to the area, and that's where they parked the trailer and the car. Now, the morning after they arrived, Jessica, Dior, and little Dior Jr. all went into the nearby town to run some errands. When they got back to the campsite, Isaac Reinwald was holding a large fish. He said he caught it in the nearby, well, it says river here, but it wasn't. It was like a brook. So Jessica and Dior Sr. asked to see where he caught the fish. So they began to follow him with the son, but the little boy decided he wanted to go back and get some candy from his grandfather. So they allowed him to walk back by himself because it was literally like 5-10 yards behind them and they could watch him walk back. So it wasn't like it was, any great distance. So the granddad confirmed that little Dior got back to him safely and he was watching over him. But in the blink of an eye, the toddler vanished. Now, during an interview, the parents explained that they searched for the little boy for about 20 minutes before they called 911. There wasn't any cell phone service at the campsite. So the dad had driven down the road until he could get a call. But in the meantime, Jessica had managed to get one bar. And so she'd phoned 911. At the same time, a boyfriend had managed to so he's in his truck driving down the road. He'd also managed to connect to 911. So they were both making calls at the same time. Search party came out. They were combing the area for several days. There were no sign of his scent and no tracks. Helicopters with heat tracking cameras flew over the area as well. And a 2-year-old should not have been able to go very far. Nobody could tell you where he'd gone to. And, even to this day, still unsolved. Now, many in the general public believe that his parents, were responsible, that they'd done something. There was a lot of people jumping on the bandwagon saying that they should have been tried for his murder and this, that, and the other. But there was never any evidence that they'd killed him. Never. I suppose we can just wait and see if something happens, because the little boy Jared that we were talking about before, who'd vanished, I mean, his remains were eventually found. I think it was either 3 or 4 years after he'd vanished. So, maybe little Dior will show up at some point alive or dead, but, I hope his family gets some closure. Right, we've got James McGrogan. So in 2014, James McGrogan, who was a medical doctor, went on a split snowboard trip with friends in Vail, Colorado. Here you go, Mrs. Mercury, Colorado again. Now, not many people know what split snowboarding is. It's a bit like cross-country skiing, or like hiking in snowshoes, basically. So he came prepared. He had a cell phone. He had a satellite GPS system. He was a lot faster than his friends, so he said he'd wait for them at the next stop. They lost sight of him and never saw him again at any of the stops along the trail. When the search team went looking for him, they found no tracks in the snow that veered off the trail, so they had no idea where he could have possibly gone. 5 days later, his body was found, and it was 4.5 miles as the crow flies, which was actually more like a 14-mile hike cross country, as he would have had to climb up mountains in order to get where he was eventually found. His body was found by 2 hikers at the bottom of a frozen waterfall. The search party had gone over that area multiple times before, but had never seen him until the day he was found. Now, he was mangled in a strange position. His skull was crushed. His skull was crushed like he'd fallen from the sky. He was still wearing his full ski outfit and helmet, but there were no boots on his feet, and he had no gloves on. The search and rescue team later found his discarded split snowboard, but never found his boots. His cell phone and GPS were still working, and he had packed a backup battery as well. Now, they tested the area where he was found, and there was a cell phone signal, but he never called anyone for any help. The police deemed this an accidental death and closed the case. Oh, here's that. Now, this is the one that I was telling you about. I said Keith Perkins. It was Keith Parkins. In 1952, just make sure that I remember the story properly. In 1952, a 2-year-old boy named Keith Parkins went missing from his home in Ritter, Oregon, in the middle of winter. He'd been playing outside with his jacket on, but he was far from equipped to spend the night outside alone. His family and a local search party looked for him immediately. They could follow his tiny footprints up to a point before they completely stopped. There were no other animal or adult tracks nearby. 19 hours later, they found him. He was about 15 miles away. He'd taken his jacket off and was lying face down in the snow on a frozen pond, but he was still alive. When they asked him why he'd run away and how he'd survived, he said he didn't remember. And then this is the bit that I was mentioning. A survival expert named Les Stroud filmed a segment for the Missing 411 documentary to demonstrate just how impossible it would have been for 2-year-old Keith to walk so far on his own, especially at night. To this day, no one is sure exactly how Keith survived the night, and we may never know. Okay, Dennis Martin. Father's Day weekend, 1969. 6-year-old Dennis Martin was at Smoky Mountains National Park with his brother, father, and grandfather. They'd camped out for the night, and the next day, a man approached Mr. Martin, asking if his sons wanted to play with his kids, since they were around the same age. Dennis's father agreed, and the children started a big game of hide and seek. Now, Dennis's father kept his eye on his son from a distance. Dennis hid behind a tree, and when the other kids jumped to reveal themselves, Dennis didn't. So his father got up to go and see, what was up with his son, and he was gone. Now, the Appalachian Trail was right nearby, so he ran at full speed for 2 miles, yelling and calling for Dennis, but couldn't find his son. They then called the park rangers and spent all night looking for him. The search for Dennis Martin was massive. The FBI, Green Berets, park rangers, local volunteers, they all searched for 6 weeks. The only thing they found belonging to Dennis was 1 shoe and 1 sock, but they never found his body. Now, David Paulides conducted interviews and dug through files with testimonies about this. The Key family had been camping in the park that same weekend, and they asked park rangers where they could go to see some bears. They were told where to go, and when they arrived, they reported hearing a scream. The child pointed at the top of the hill, saying that he saw a bear. The father said it looked more like a scary-looking, wild, hairy mountain man dodging behind trees while carrying something over its shoulder. Could that have been the little boy? Maybe. Right, Bobby Bizzop. This is another quite a famous one. 1958. 10-year-old partially deaf Bobby Bizzop was attending a Catholic camp for boys called Camp St Malo, which sits on the border of Rocky Mountain National Park. A camp counsellor found him fishing at the river and told him to come back to camp for dinner. So the boys started to follow him, and when the counsellor glanced over his shoulder to double check, Bobby'd gone. 400 people searched for 9 days, but they could find no clues as to what had happened to him. A year later, counsellors found his hearing aid and bits of torn clothing 2,000 feet up the side of a mountain. The search party had already searched that area at least 3 times the year before. None of his other remains have ever been found. Now, here's little Jared that I was talking about before. Jared Atadero. So this was 1999, and he was 3 years old. He was living with his sister and his father, Alan, at the resort that Jared's dad worked at in the Comanche Wilderness, which is a national park in Colorado. Here we go again, Colorado. A Christian singles group was staying at the resort, and one of the women in the group offered to take Alan's kids with them for a few hours to a local fish hatchery. They never asked Alan, though, if they could take the kids hiking as well, but they saw a sign for a nearby trail and decided at the last minute that they would go through the forest. The Christian singles were so involved in their own hikes that they lost track of Jared, and he wandered away from the group. 2 hikers in the area saw him walking alone, but assumed his parents must be nearby. After this, he was never seen again. In 2003, 2 hikers climbed up a very steep rock face, roughly 550 feet above the trail. They found one child's tooth, a piece of skull, and Jared's clothes, which were fully intact. They had been taken off his body and turned inside out. There was one shoe which looked brand new. Somehow it was perfectly preserved for those 4 years. The area where his remains were found was far too difficult for a child to climb to himself, and it would have been an unnecessarily difficult location for an adult kidnapper to carry him. It also doesn't line up with a bear or a cougar attack pattern because the clothes would have been ripped and covered in blood. The Atadero family is still haunted by the unanswered questions. And then the final one, 1928. Newly married couple Bessie and Glenn Hyde. They wanted to take a trip on a boat down the Colorado River. It's awful, Mrs. Mercury. And he was a gorgeous little boy as well. But again, he's on those documentaries that I've linked in the description. So, yeah, beautiful little boy. So they wanted to take a boat trip down the Colorado River, which runs through Grand Canyon National Park. The river was hundreds of miles long, and it would take several days to make the journey. Now, Glenn had been preparing for the honeymoon for a long time. He'd built his own 20-foot boat that was very safe. He wanted to win prize money for a new speed record to travel down the Colorado River, and if this succeeded, Bessie would go on record as the first woman to ever make the trip. Now, during the journey, they'd stopped to hike, up some of the trails. They met a photographer named Emery Coib, who took pictures of them and later gave the photos to the police. When they never arrived at the destination, Glenn's father became very worried. He asked the park rangers to send an airplane over the river, and they spotted the couple's boat. It was floating upright with no sign of it ever having been overturned. Their supplies were still in the boat as well, but the couple were nowhere to be seen. The story of Bessie and Glen Hyde has been retold so many times, it's even become a sort of legend, like stories of Bessie's ghost spotted standing in the river. There are multiple theories, but in 1971, an elderly woman claimed that she witnessed Glen abusing Bessie and Bessie stabbed him and ran away. This woman, however, later recanted her story, saying she made it up for attention. A few years later, the unidentified body of a man in his 20s was found buried near the cabin of the photographer Emery Kolb. The man had a bullet in his skull. It was determined that this was not the body of Glen Hyde, but it has still led some people to believe that since Kolb was one of the last people to see them alive, he could have murdered them. Sadly, we may never know the true story behind this or any of the other missing 411 cases. So there you go, guys. I thought I'd give you a little taster, and that was only 10. Now, David Paulides has got something like 1,600. All of these cases he documents in the different books that he's written. So he's kind of broken down where these disappearances have gone into areas, so like Western United States, the Eastern States, Canada. So it's all been broken down nicely and quite regimented as well. So, especially those of you in the States, he said himself, don't buy, if you want to buy any of his books, don't buy them from Amazon because they're ridiculous prices. You can get them directly from his site. It's Can I'm Missing. At the moment, we can't get them in the UK, but I keep looking in the hope that somebody will have bought them, brought them over to England, and then they decide to sell them on eBay, because the last time I checked, it was about 80 quid for one book. I'm not paying that. Doesn't matter how much I want to read them. It's so sad that there are deaths that will never be answered. I know, Mrs. Mercury. I know, but I feel quite. I don't know if you're the same. I feel quite guilty that I'm so fascinated with these cases, though. Do you? Because these are people's relatives, they're people's loved ones. Some cases are people's parents, brothers, sisters, children, even. And yeah, I'm trying to be tactful, but it is, it's for me and many other people, it's a cause of fascination, and really, it shouldn't be, should it? We can't help it. It is fascinating. I mean, it's fascinating David Paulides, which is why he's looking into it. But, he's looking into it with a different agenda to say, myself. My agenda is that it fascinates me, and I want to kind of introduce people to it, to the fact that it is so mysterious and it's strange, and what David Paulides is doing, because I think the guy needs a lot, he needs much more support than he has got. But with the same token, it's out of morbid curiosity on my part, and I do feel quite bad for that. And I try and I don't want to sensationalize it, and I don't want to make it it just feels like voyeurism, doesn't it? Oh, there you go. Perfectly put. It feels like rubbernecking into people's lives. It does, Mrs. Mercury. And I do feel that little pang of guilt, thinking, that these are real people. They're not just stories. It's real people. And then I feel bad when so what do you think, giving out so what do you all think caused it? Do you think it was a mountain lion? Do you think it was the bird? Do you think it was aliens? Do you think it was Bigfoot? Was it a dog man? And it's not making light of it, and I do feel really bad. And if anybody happens to listen to this at some point, if you are connected in any way, shape or form to any of the people missing who have been covered by David in his investigations, I do apologise, because it's not meant to come across like that. Do understand the guilt? Yeah, Mrs. Mercury. It's sad, isn't it? It is really sad. But by the same token, something is going on. Something is being covered up and hidden. The fact that it is at the point where it's infuriating the park rangers themselves, you know, they're aware of something that's going on. I just hope that, well, that people will just back off and let David carry on doing what he's doing. I mean, this ridiculousness about, you know, him getting threatened. Now, fair enough, that's relating to the Bigfoot stuff, but I just don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. I think it's curiosity about the people in charge. What are they hiding? Well, that's it exactly. That's it. But my thing is, what are the FBI doing with these notes? Like David said, when the FBI, when field agents come out and make notes and then take them away, they are taking them and giving them to the behavioural analysis unit. So who or what are they analysing? It's all right, people saying that they think, you know, one of the theories is that there could be loads of, you know, a group of serial killers active within the national parks. But will that explain somebody being missing for 14 months and having no recollection? Or somebody, you know, being completely disoriented and getting control of the senses only to find themselves wearing a ski outfit 3,000 miles away in a hot, a nice hot state. They've ended up from, where was he? New York, and ended up over in California wearing a ski suit. I mean, come on. Like a story within a story, Mr. Paulides is getting too close to the answers. He is. Mrs. Mercury. And I'll tell you for why as well. I'll tell you what I think. I think David actually, and I don't mean this in a cover-up way, I think he knows more than he's letting on as well. Not for any shady reason. I think it's for his own safety. I do not think for a second that he hasn't, if he's not uncovered something, he's been told something as to what this actually is that's going on. I wouldn't be surprised. He's too tenacious, I think, to have just let it go at, I don't know what's happening. He's gone over stuff with a fine-tooth damn comb. I don't blame him for not saying anything, but I definitely think he knows more than he is revealing. Oh, do you as well, Mrs. Mercury? Thank you. He's just too astute, isn't he? He's like a dog with a bone. If he's been that tenacious that, you know, he has pecked the heads of the National Park Service for 12 years, don't tell me that he is not going to chip away until he gets some solid answers about something. It might, yeah, it may do, Julia. It may do. So can just hope that he is allowed to continue with his you know, with his investigations unhindered. But I definitely think there is, yeah, well, whenever any secretive element of a government, and I'm not just talking America, our government, Canada, Australia, France, wherever, whenever a secretive or untrusted, that's probably, yeah, we'll go for that, government organisation rocks up at something and becomes involved in an investigation, it's bound to get your spidey senses going, isn't it? Well, there you go, Mrs. Mercury. That's it, isn't it? Just to get the Yosemite files would have been 34 grand, and to get a list of everybody that's gone missing in all the national parks, 1.4 million. It was that, though, like I mentioned before, I don't know if you were in the chat then, or it was just before you came in, the fact that, published authors are exempt from those charges, and he decided to use his exemption. But when he did, they then said that it wasn't applicable because his books weren't in enough libraries. And he's like, that's not one of the stipulations. I've checked, and they went, well, no, but it's a local requirement. So they're just changing they moved the goalposts and changed the rules to suit. But it was just to deprive him of, and the other thing as well, he spoke to, and I cannot remember which case it was, you may, when he did actually speak to an FBI agent who'd been out regarding one of the cases he was investigating, and he was trying to get hold of a case file, and this agent was really shitty with him and basically said, I can guarantee you now you will never get your hands on that case file. You're never going to see that. Now, why would an FBI agent say that to a man who is basically doing their legwork for them? He's doing all the investigations regarding these disappearances. He's tying up loose ends. He's making links. Oh no, that was before I came in. Even more reasons to be suspicious. Exactly. It certainly is. It certainly is, Mrs. Mercury. So, they are my thoughts on David Paulides. And, like I said, what I think is going on. I think with the with the Sasquatch stuff, with the especially those Sierra sounds as well, it certainly links in with the paper that they had published. Well, mate, do you know what? Maybe we should do a live on portals, Mrs. Mercury. Have a look at things that things that may come through them or not. I mean, there's supposed to be one at Skinwalker Ranch, isn't there, where they saw that gigantic wolf disappear into, and I think it was like disappeared into a hole that was way too tiny for something of that size to have vanished through, but vanished it did. And look at Joe Maldry the other night talking about that dog man running at her, and she said it came at her like with a whoosh and then vanished. That's as though that ran towards her but ran into a portal before it got to her, and she passed out. She fainted. So that's like it sucked all the energy out of her in order to make that leap. Yeah, I do like looking at these different. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, Mrs. Mercury on hang on a minute, what night was it? Oh God. Was it Monday night or Sunday night? Monday night, I think it was. Oh God, I can't remember now. Or Sunday. Whenever I did my last live anyway. And we just happened to be Jo mentioned something about dogmen, and it was the way she said it. So I said, have you had any experiences of them? And yeah, and she told us, and she said she's never actually told anyone before. It was on the corner of her property, and she saw it, and it saw her, and it ran at her. And she said it was just this whoosh as it came at her. And she said she literally fainted, she passed out. And then woke up and it had gone. And I was just like, shit. It was really scary, yeah. Happened to her about 3 years ago. And she didn't know what it was till she heard of dogmen for the first time about a year ago. So I think she said it was last year. And then she was like, oh my God, that's what I saw. So yeah, you'll hear it if you go back, or rather you'll see it, and we were talking about it. So that's 2 people now. So we've had we've had Joe Mardre and also Lady Witch. So again, for anybody listening or what have you, as I mentioned earlier, just in case you missed it, there is a comment pinned at the top of chat that has got a PayPal link in it. It's not mine. It's for the lovely Lady Witch. She's rescuing cats, and she's got cats and kittens are being born, and she's doing all this from the goodness of her own heart and out of her own pocket, and she could really do with some help. So for veterinary expenses, she wants to get these cats spayed and neutered to stop unwanted kittens being born. So needs some help with vets fees, with food, medication, so on and so forth, even down to kitty litter. So the link to her PayPal is there, and it's pinned at the top of chat if anybody is in a position to help. And also as you know, I can't help any. I can't even help myself at the moment with all the different expenses that we've got here. But my offer has been to sell a live for Lady Witch. So by selling a live, what I mean is that if anybody wants to take control of a live for the night, so by that you can either present instead of me. Come on, and I'll go, there you go. You do the program of your choice. Or if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can determine what the topic will be for the night. You pick the topic, you pick what you want to be discussed. Join me on panel if you want, or not. Or leave me to just present whatever it is that you want to present your live for a wee donation to Lady Witch. And if you do that, just put in the donation thing that it's for. If you just put like for Kisses Live or something like that, or in exchange for a live, and let me know, let Lady Witch know, and we'll sort it out. Because as I said, I'm pretty crap at coming up with ideas to raise some money. But I thought that might be quite funny, especially if somebody wants to cause absolute carnage on one of my lives. You've got the perfect opportunity there. So, it could be about anything. Could be about anything. You could do it on cooking, on crafting. We could read a story. We can just talk shit. We could have an open panel and get as many people as possible up on panel to just talk garbage. Ghosts, aliens, supernatural. We could have a karaoke, anything. absolutely anything. The world's your lobster. So the offer's there. If anybody wants to buy a live. Hiya, Sid, my darling. How are you? And how's the lovely Nancy? You've missed. We've just been talking about David Paulides, missing 411, and his Bigfoot work. And we've played some of the recordings, the Sierra sounds of Bigfoot. They were recorded with doing that samurai chatter that they do. Don't know how it will sound. You missed me singing Time Warp as well, badly. So, and I've just said that I'm prepared to sell a live to raise some money for Lady Witch. So if anybody wants to make a little donation to Lady Witch to buy a live, you can run it, basically. Topic of your choice. Either you can present it and I'll step back for you, or I'll present it for you. Do whatever topic or whatever. We could have a dirty dot thrash night. We can have a karaoke night, craft night, anything and everything. It doesn't matter. But that's the only thing I could think of to try and raise a bit of money for Lady Witch. So that's what you've missed so far. Oh, you think CERN's a portal? Do you know, it very well could be, couldn't it, Julia? I reckon there's a portal in the Vatican, because they're supposed to have that time machine in the Vatican, aren't they? But I reckon there'll be a portal in there. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these big religious sites, so gutted, mate. City through the Champions League away tonight, and it sounds like you've had Oh no! Oh, sorry to hear that, Sid. Well, we've just been bouncing a few ideas around and talking, and I've read. Well, there were 10 like cases, so if you're bored, you can always listen back to it. But yeah, and then I need an idea for Friday. So if we've got any Friday or Saturday, I'll come on. I was thinking we can do another incognito, because I thought we've not done a Know Your Mods for a bit, have we? Not done a quiz. So I'm not sure, but it'll be Friday or Saturday. But I'm trying to think of a topic. Oh, good. Oh, well, I hope you enjoy it then, Sid. Hope you get something out of it. I think I was about 15 minutes in. It was the usual 15 minutes of chatting shite, and then I kicked into it. So there's not been many people in chat. It's been quality over quantity again, because David Paulides, I think if people knew what he researched, there probably would have been more people interested. But it's quite a select topic. Not everybody has heard of him. Not everybody knows what he looks into. So yeah, so I need to have a little think about what I'm going to discuss on the next live. So any suggestions, throw them at me. If you want to do more of the same. I'm just trying to keep it a bit mixed up. So obviously we did Dogmen the other night. We've done Missing 411 and a little bit of Bigfoot tonight. I don't know what to do for the weekend's live, so I'm wondering whether, I don't know, what do you think, ghosts or aliens? I'm not going to cover that murder until, I'm going to do that next week. I need to be in the right frame of mind for that one. Or I could give Denny a ring and see if she's free, and we could have a bit of an open panel again or something. Bit of general chit chat and shizzle. Because I know everybody likes listening to Denny up on panel because she does make people laugh. But I'll make sure I find something interesting. There is one thing that I wanted to that I would like to go through at some point though, is, has anybody heard of Walter Sickert? Sorry about that. I dropped my phone and knocked myself off. Madeline is interested at the moment. This new suspect is just to maintain momentum. It's proper bogus. Oh, do you know what, Sid? Right. Sorry, not sorry. Every flaming time, let me guess, they're coming up to the point of running out of the extra funds they were given. Every time you watch them, every single time they're wanting more funding, they suddenly get a new lead. New suspect, new lead, new information. New evidence, whatever. They're full of shit. I've no time for him. And I don't care if they want to doorstep me. I'm entitled to my opinion. It is a free country. And I will say exactly what I'm thinking, that they should have been prosecuted. They should have been prosecuted for leaving 3 babies alone in a hotel room without an appropriate adult being present. They had enough money to afford to get a nanny to sit with those children, and they didn't do it. So I'm sorry, but yes, they should have done. And I'll tell you what else as well, Sid. If they'd have been a working class family from a council estate in Manchester, they'd have been dragged through the courts. It was a classist thing, that. Who leaves 3 babies alone? Who? Let's not know the missing child. Do you know what, Mrs. Mercury? And the one I always use, Little Ben Needham. Little Ben Needham, since he went missing, oh God, I've got to try and remember the figure because I did look this up at one point. He's had something in the region of, it was about 20 odd grand spent on him. 20 odd grand to look for that little boy. How much has the McGanns had for Madeline? Millions. And I'm sorry, but I'm sick of these millions of pounds that are taxpayers' money. We all pay for that. Well, I object to it. Everyone knows not to leave kids alone, Julia. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Anything could happen. A baby could vomit in its sleep. It could be lying on its back and vomit and choke. 20 odd million. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Little Ben. And like I said, I'm sure it was in the region of 20 odd thousand. How must his family be feeling? Because I know how I would be feeling. Nick Van der Leek and Richard D. Hall, not to mention James Boggart of Oldham, fabulous videos about Madeline. Yeah, I like Richard D. Hall's simples. I don't know the others. Oh, Nick Van der Leek, yeah, but not James Bogart. I don't know that one. Richard Hall's the Geordie fella, isn't he? I think, isn't he the one who Shitlord was trying to rob some of his work, wasn't he? Fucking fuckwit. Yeah, they are. And you know what? Yeah, yes, I am too, Sid. Yeah, I just think that it is ridiculous. And I think the families, that mother and father, they've got no shame on them whatsoever. You know, something my nan would have said, the faces would stand clogging when you're hard-faced enough that you're just going to keep taking taxpayers' money, taxpayers' money, taxpayers' money. Yeah, I'm sorry, your kid's gone missing. I'll leave that one there. Yeah, I'm sorry. However, your kid went missing because you weren't watching it. I've said it. If you'd have been acting like a proper parent, sitting with your kids, looking after them, there'd have been no vanishings going on out of that room that night, would there have? So there you are. Have that. Feel free to tell me I'm not entitled to my opinion, either of you, and you'll be told to go and fuck right off, because I really don't care. My opinion, along with everybody else's, well, most other people's as well, and I won't be changing my mind anytime soon. Oh, he lives up the road from you. Oh, yes, Sid, there was a night crash. That's what I'm saying. They had that much money, but they bloody too tight to pay for a flaming nanny to sit with them kiddies that night. When you're doing on mummies, they have a story, and some others could find a mummy story. Don't believe she was taken. Yeah, exactly. No person I know has ever left kids alone on holiday. No. No. I don't know anybody who's ever left kids alone on holiday. If anything, it's the other way around, isn't it? You go away because didn't the Portuguese make some comment about I think it was the Portuguese press, but basically saying that, you know, because they were watching what had happened with this particular group, because it wasn't just their kids, was it? It was that the whole party were just leaving the kids. And they're saying it appears to be a cultural thing with the Brits to leave. And I'm thinking, no, it isn't. We've all been on holiday, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't agree with this either. However, it's far better than leaving your children unattended in a hotel in a foreign country where you can't even see or hear them without having to walk an incredible distance to check on them, right? We've even seen, every one of us, and I defy anybody to tell me differently, you're sitting in a bar, you're in Corfu, you've gone out for a night out with your mates, you're on a girly holiday, I've been there, and you're out, and there's always at least 2 or 3 families with babies unconscious in the buggies while the parents are getting pissed. I'd rather that than leaving the kids in the hotels on their own. You know, it was even like at my niece's wedding when I went the other week. A little boy, I mean, he's only like 2, and he was a little page boy. So he's been running around while they're getting married, and we've had the, you know, we're waiting to have the meal, and he passed out. So he ended up in a corner of the room, lying on, there was like a sofa, and put chairs in front of him, you know, so he didn't roll off in the night, just basically like making a boundary, like as though it was a cot wall, you know, just put a line of chairs against him so that he's asleep. But everybody, there was even somebody sitting eating the meal on the knee rather than at the table at the side of him, even though he was in a room full of family. Yeah, with the babies out having their evening meal. Absolutely, Simples. It's like me. I've got a dog. I didn't get a dog to leave a dog in kennels while I go on holiday. I got a dog to be part of my life. It's the same with children. You've had your children, they're part of your life. They might be a bit of an inconvenience, but whatever, you work around it. So you want to go out and out, you know, you want to go abroad. Well, yeah, the kid's going to be with you abroad. So if you want to go and get pissed of an evening, as irresponsible as that may be, your child's going to be with you while you're having a skinful. And I don't doubt for a second that my mum and dad didn't do it with me and my sister and my brothers either. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm not going to say it's outside the realms of possibility, because knowing me dad, yes, it probably was. That's it, Simples. Where you go, they go. Exactly. Jerry McCann said on a video, this isn't a family holiday. Oh, do you know what? He makes my skin crawl in. He makes my skin crawl. And I can't put my finger on what it is about him. But, no. Well, if it's not a family holiday, why did he take his damn family with him? Silly bastard. Yeah, me too, Mrs. Mercury. They're both very cold fish. And the other thing as well, I'm not going to say exactly what it was. You'll all know the comment she made in her book about when she was thinking about what might have happened to Maddie. And I thought, I can't believe that a mother has written that. Not just thought it, has put it into print about her own baby. Ugh. Working families usually use the holidays to spend time with the kids. They do, Kathy. They absolutely do. Yes, Sid, that's it. That's it, exactly that. That made me feel sick to my stomach. I thought, what kind of... I couldn't believe a mother. I'm not a mother, and I wouldn't write that about a child. Especially not one I'd given birth to myself. And put it in writing. Yes, she might have been having those thoughts, you know. Some people do have morbid thoughts when they're thinking the worst, but what the hell? Sitting in, why would that be any mother's fault? Yeah, I know, Mrs. Mercury. Something very not right about that. Incidentally, just to let's lighten the mood up a little bit. You know, we were talking about the person nicking people's work the other day, and then Bedtime Clown put in here who they thought it was. Just wait for chat to catch up with me. In fact, I'll take you all into the kitchen while I make myself a brew. I'll make me nighttime brew before I go to bed. Well, after bedtime had said who the Skeletor was, and then who was it? Somebody went on and said that the case I was thinking of covering, she'd actually covered the other day, and I was like, oh, shitbags. So, as you know, I've got a pretty. It's not massive. This one's not a massive account anymore. I lost my big account, but I've still got a pretty sizable account on Twitter. And I looked her up on Twitter, and do us a black coffee while you're at it. Oh, do you want one? Do you want a Dolce Gusto one? We've got the Americano. Hang on, what is it? Americano Intenso. That's Porky's. He has one of those when he wakes up. I'll do you one of them. Apparently they taste very nice. However, I think I'm going to have myself a hot chocolate. Right, so yeah, I went on to Twitter and I found her account, and she's done this tweet, and I thought, what an attention whore. Oh, what you are. She basically has tweeted to the University of, was it Lincoln? Leicester, Lincoln. Anyway, she's tweeted to them. So bear in mind, she's done this for however many tens of thousands of followers she's got, or subs on Twitter. Can you please get in touch with me, blah, 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 about one of your students who has been harassing me, right? And this is following, I've taken legal advice. So basically all she's done is it's attention whoring and to cause all her followers to dogpile. So I basically said as much on the tweet to her. That she was an absolute arsehole. She's blocked me. I screenshot it for posterity. I can't remember exactly what I put. I think I might have called her a twat. Anyway, she's blocked me. So I'll wear that one like a badge of honour. Absolute bellend. She's trying to justify herself, and then when I was reading it, quite a few other people, there was loads of us getting blocked off her. Quite a few other people as well were saying that, oh, look at her, attention seeking again, her and her husband are nothing but bullies. So apparently her husband is a bit of a bully boy. Anybody disagreeing with his wife on anything, he's jumping on in there, and I'm thinking, oh, great. Bring it on, fella, because you're not going to intimidate me none. But yeah, bitch blocked me. So I suggest anybody, if you want to go and give her a bit of shit, go over onto Twitter. do a hit and run. But yeah, she was getting called out for a twat. I'm not very tactful when I get annoyed. Right, I'm sorry about the background noise. We're just going to have lift off while I'm boiling the kettle. I'll have to have a look at some of the other things she's done though, because well, I won't be able to look at her Twitter anymore because I'm blocked. Having said that, that's how it should work on here, the same way, because if you block somebody on Twitter, they then can't see your tweets and they can't see, anything that you write, and that's the same thing on here. The only time I've blocked anybody, Sid, is there were a group of, they were not even going to give them a name. Anyway, there were a group of people on Twitter that started causing a lot of shit for people, shall we say. I just think they were the professional trolls with nothing better to do. And I just didn't want to be, they weren't giving me any hassle, but when I became aware of what they were doing on that platform, and they were targeting people with similar sized accounts to my own who were moving in the same circles as I was, I just blocked them before I even gave them a chance to pick up my account. So that's the only time I've done it. But I've never blocked anybody for disagreeing with me, ever. I do like yourself. I like discussion. Do you watch your own TV channel on YouTube? Steve Meary is a guest on there. Very interesting fella. No, I've never seen that, Mrs. Mercury. But now that you have drawn my attention to it, I shall. What do you think about? Have you guys got any ideas for a topic, or do you just want for me next live, or shall I just try and surprise everybody? Just going to walk to the other side of the kitchen to get myself some milk. I've had death threats on Facebook. Oh, I was on the bloody ISIS hit list, said. But I mean that had to be taken seriously, because you know there was. Do Walter say? Yeah. Well, do you know what? That's what I was thinking of. I've been a bit conscious because I know we only got part way through it, and obviously Bam wanted to do Jack the Ripper, so we've not really touched that back since November. So technically, I wouldn't be doing Jack the. I've not wanted to do that because you know that's like her thing that you know that we were doing together. But I wondered whether to actually do something about the Sickards and Walter Sickards' legacy, shall we say. Yeah, and also, did you see on my live from the other day, there was a comment left, if you remember the live that went on, that we were doing, Bam and I, on Jack the Ripper, and Janet came up and she'd also made a comment about Walter Sickert. And I love that. I mean, have you seen his, did you see his wife? Because I'm just not sure if everybody knows everything about Walter Sickert, or just little bits, or, you know. And obviously Joseph as well. Oh, shit. No, I missed it. Was it one of Bam's? Yeah. Yes, Mrs. Mercury, it was back in, I think it was November. It was before Bam went off, you know, she was very poorly. And we did a joint, we'd been trying to arrange it for ages between myself and Bam to cover Jack the Ripper. And we were doing it in 2 parts. And it was actually at that time that I lost my voice. I was really struggling that night. So I think we got through I think we got through, it's either 3 of the murders, I think. I'm sure it was 3 murders. So we got through them and we were going to do another, and then Bam ended up poorly. If you remember, that was when she went off, and she was off for a couple of months away from away from YouTube. So obviously, you know, that was Jack the Ripper, although it's one of my fascinating things to actually cover it, was, you know, was Bam's thing. So that's why I've stayed away from it. But I wouldn't mind just talking over Walter Sickert, because it's not really covering Jack the Ripper. Not that I don't think Bam would mind if I did anyway, but I wouldn't. But it's not covering Jack the Ripper. It's just covering Walter Sickert and his life, like I said, and his legacy. Well, Walter was actually a Danish painter. And obviously Queen Victoria was on the throne at the time. Her son, so yeah, I'll not go into it here now. Anyway, let's just say he's one of the main contenders as far as I'm concerned, or rather, the contender as the identity of Jack the Ripper. No, that was is it Dem Schultz, the Jewish guy? So, but you see, I've always thought that it wasn't, Jack the Ripper wasn't just one person. It was 3 people working together. My opinion. Because I know that we were talking at the time, you know, when Bam and I were having the discussion, and we both were coming at this from which I was enjoying, because Bam's theories and my theories on who was the murderer and why were completely different. But yeah, it's fascinated me for years and years and years and years and years. It actually fascinated me from going to, we went on a school trip. I don't know if I ever told you this. We went on a school trip to London, and we did the natural history. I think I was about 14 at the time. Natural History Museum, and you know, and we had one of these questionnaire things. You know, you had to go around the museum and try and answer the questions, looking at things, and you know, you were given a bit of freedom. You went round in like groups of 3, and then we all had to meet at the end of you know, I think it was early afternoon. And then the whole lot of us, with all the teachers, went back to the coach. Well, there was something, I can't remember if the coach had broken down, or it was there and it broke down, or they got word that it, you know, because anyway, we basically had no transport, and it was going to be, and I'm sure it was about 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours. So what they then decided to do was to break us off into mini groups with you know, a teacher to take off a smaller group, rather than having a big horde of kids all together. And we went off with and she was actually my history teacher. I loved her to pieces. She's the lady who got me absolutely addicted on Jack the Ripper. And so she said to us all, right, we can either hang around, get a bag of chips, do whatever, or how do you fancy? She said, has anyone heard of Jack the Ripper? And we kind of had, but not, you know, not really. We were like, yeah, well, yeah, we think so. She went, oh, right, it's the most, you know, the most infamous murderer in British history. And you know, he was a serial killer. And we're all like, oh, right. And she said, how about I take you to where all these murders happened, and I tell you about Jack the Ripper and all the people that he murdered. And we're like, great. And that's what she did. And she took us round I mean, she was obviously fascinated with it, and she knew an awful lot about Jack the Ripper, and I think she'd, studied it in great depth. So she took us to all the different sites of the murders, or as near as damn it as we could get for those places that were no longer standing, and telling us about the murders and how gruesome they were. And she got so involved in it, and I was fascinated. So that's what sold me on it. So from about 14, I've just been, all thanks to Mrs. Logan, getting me totally addicted to Jack the Ripper. So yeah, right. Oh, well, maybe I'll do that then, Mrs. Mercury and Sid and Simples and anybody else. Maybe I'll just go through Walter Sickert and Joseph Sickert and Joseph's mother. Oh, she was great, Mrs. Mercury. I loved her. That's all you need, is a teacher that's got passion about whatever subject they're teaching you. It just makes it sink in, doesn't it? I know, Sid, she was brilliant. Hip, hip, hooray! I'd love to see her again, just to say, you will have no idea what that little diversion did to me, for good or bad. I mean, and then my A-level history teacher was different again. She was the most boring motherfucker I've ever met in my life. I swear to God, she died inside. You could see she hated children. She hated teaching children. She hated history, and she hated having to think for herself. And she would just, for every lecture we had, she would just read from a textbook. And she had the most boring, monotone voice I've ever heard. Oh, God. It's like, cut your wrists. Oh, did you not see? That's a shame, that. That is a real shame. No, there's some teachers that shouldn't be anywhere near kids for a multitude of reasons. But yeah, definitely not. If you can't be asked teaching. I mean, one of my friends is a head of English, and she's just, she's at a loss for, some of her colleagues. And she'll say, I don't know why they ever decided to take up bloody teaching. They can't be asked with the kids. They can't be asked with the topic. Yeah, there's always one, isn't there, Sid? Always one. And the thing is, I went to, when I was doing my A-levels, that was at the convent, and believe it or not, the nuns were actually really, really interesting. They got everybody, well, Sister Jennifer wasn't, she was an old bastard, but the rest of the nuns really got you engaged. But this particular teacher, Mrs. Edmondson, she was obviously not a nun, and oh God, she was boring as shit. My favourite maths teacher looked just like Dave Allen. He even had a bit of a finger missing. Dave Allen, I was watching a thing on Comedy Greats. It was a couple of years ago now. And I was watching it with my auntie, and she started laughing. She went, "Oh, my mum," my nan, but she went, "Oh, my mum wouldn't have him on," and it was Dave Allen. She said, "Wouldn't have him on the telly because he'd been excommunicated, apparently, because my nan was really Catholic." I said, "What? She wouldn't watch Dave Allen because he'd been excommunicated?" She went, "Yeah." We would write on the blackboard, copy from a textbook, and we had to write it in our books. I love history, but I hated it at school. I only had a couple of teachers who I couldn't stand. Introduced himself like that too. He was hilarious. Oh, brilliant. Good night and may your God go with you. Yeah. I didn't even know excommunication was a thing anymore, but yeah, it was a massive thing to my nan, that was. I think my favourite comedian, though, there aren't many comedians who will make me laugh. I do have a good sense of humour, but it takes a lot to make me laugh. I like weird humour. I love Monty Python. The Monty Python lads will just have me howling from dawn till dusk. But Billy Connolly. I love Billy Connolly. I've seen him live, and I just love him. I love listening to and hearing his tales. He just reminds me of my dad. So yeah, I can listen to him all day long. Oh dear. Right, guys. Well, my phone is flattening. And I'm just feeling a little struggly with my throat tonight. So I'm still convalescing. I'm actually, how much of a fraud do I feel at the moment? Because I'm off work at the minute. I did say to them, I just felt so poorly yesterday. It's this, I'm getting like, it was like when Bam was live yesterday, and I just mentioned to her, I didn't stay on there long though because I was doing stuff, but she said about the dizziness. Well, we went to IKEA yesterday afternoon, and I was really struggling when we were walking around. And I'm doing it today as well. I've got it. It feels like vertigo. I'm getting real dizzy spells, like nauseous, dizzy. And I thought, God, Porky's going to think I'm being a right miserable bitch. But I wasn't. It was because I felt like I was going to fall over. And I was really trying my best. But, and I had a look today. It's the same, Kathy. Kiss me axe. You might not like me on Twitter though, Kathy. I'm incredibly outspoken, and I get a little bit political sometimes. And I don't do political correctness either very much. There's you'll probably recognize me if you find me, because I've got me account. I've locked my account when I came off it last night. So I've got my photograph is kind of half my face with my hair over it, all blonde and curly. It'll be under, hang on a minute. Hang on, what am I under? Try look up this instead. I think that's the at. I'm sure it's under that. Oh God, I can't even remember because I just log into it automatically. I just don't tend to go on there that often. It was dying a bit of a death. It was really pissing me off because there was that many people being kicked off there, and it became very people being incredibly sensitive. You know, whatever you said, there was somebody taking offence all the time, and as you probably gathered with me, when people take offence, I'm like, so what? A lot of people have jumped ship though. one of my friends was saying that, and he's been on there for, I mean, I've known him for as long as I've been on there, which is donkey's years. And he was saying that there was, there'd been like several hundred people had lost their accounts over the past couple of weeks or so. Because I think my followers on there have gone from 6,000 to about 4,500, 5,000, I think. So you might find me, you might not, but I'll check, and then if I've got a friend like a follower request, I shall follow you back. You'll have to let me know if you find me. I've just found that this platform is. Have you found me? Yay! All you have to do is read my about me, and you'll go, yeah, that's her. Abrasive as always. Hiya, Lady Witch. I wondered where you'd got to, chicken. Is that through the weather or just a general crashiness? Because you've just come in right at the end when I'm about to log off, because I'm nearly out of battery. I've got 9%, so you've got me for 9%. Although it does tend to go very quickly on StreamYard. Okay, I'm going back to the beginning. Good night, all. Night, Sid Lovey, and I will hopefully catch you well, Friday or Saturday, whenever I do my next one. If you're around, we'll have a bit of a laugh. I think I might I'll try and get a quiz sorted out for everyone, and we can have a bit of a giggle. And then I'll do Cranky Electronics, bloody hell. Well, you only go on to be nosy. There's nothing wrong with that, Kathy. Nothing wrong at all. Oh, you off as well, Julia. Night, sweetheart. Night, and thank you for coming in as always. It's always lovely to see you. Yeah, we were just having a bit of a general chit chat, Lady Witch, and trying to discuss what to do. I didn't want to be rude. At least I can say goodbye. Oh, bless you. Bless you. Oh, well, thank you for coming back in again. But yeah, you'll have to let me know if anybody takes my offer up for you for buying a live, because I said to them, if they do it in your PayPal, if they put in like, you know, for a live of kisses or whatever, something like that, so they can reference it if in case somebody's not told me, if they let you know, then just give me a shout. Although, like I said, it could get very messy if I'm handing the reins over to anybody for anything. I could be like, oh, fuck, that wasn't the best idea. Be even worse if it was, oh God, can you imagine if Porky got hold of my channel for the night? Like, fuck, he's working nights and can't. Oh, night, Mrs. Mercury. Well, thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart, and I will hopefully see you at weekend. Have fun with the little munchkins. Give them all kisses and cuddles. Oh, yeah, we dropped him on 4% now. Right, I better say goodnight, everyone, before I completely lose my battery. I'm sorry I'm jumping off now, Lady Witch, but hopefully if you fancy it, you can have a little listen back, because I went over 10 different cases of missing people out of the national parks. So just done a few little 10 overviews of different missing people. Oh, toasted marmalade. Oh. Do you know what I fancy having, Kathy? Toast and sticky milk. My nan used to have it all the time. Condensed milk on toast. It's lovely. Nanite Simples, lovey. I hopefully will see you at the weekend. Kathy, I hope that your move goes brilliantly. Stick with it, love. You will get there eventually, as much as it looks like you're fighting a losing battle. Everybody else who's charge. Anybody else who's just listening and not in the chat, good night. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed the live and that you got something out of it. And we'll see you at hopefully at weekend. We'll have a bit of a quiz and a bit of something special. Lady Witch, Mrs Mercury, Kathy, Connie. Yeah, Connie Oni, that's the one, Kathy. Connie Oni on toast. Right, everybody. Good night, sweet dreams, and as always, see you on the bright side.